Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Defne Arslan, Senior Director of Turkey Programs and the Atlanta Council in Turkey.
Distinguished guests, it is wonderful to be in Istanbul with you all today. Welcome, hoş geldiniz. It is my pleasure to kick off what I know will be an excellent 1.5-day conference. I'm glad to see such a great crowd and how our impact is growing in the region. In this crowd, I see a mix of familiar and new faces, but all of you, ministers, ambassadors, industrial leaders, are in the unique position. What we all do and discuss also here this week could impact lives of millions. Soon, we will be hearing from leading policymakers from across the region and transatlantic alliance, as well as experts and stakeholders, on how we can build a smarter, healthier, stronger, and greener region. Conflict and tensions are flaring in the Middle East and Europe with issues so complex as to appear unresolvable. Perhaps this is why this topic should mean so much to all of us. As we increasingly link the challenges of energy security with green transition, I have witnessed unparalleled international cooperation technological innovation, and people-focused policies in a way that bolsters our sense of purpose. Much work remains to be done. But this is why we have all gathered here. Together we will tackle topics ranging from the future of nuclear energy to supply chains and critical minerals to financing the green transition. I am confident that, keeping in line with 60 years of Atlantic Council tradition, this conference will provide to be a wellspring of creative solutions and insightful analysis. We are an impactful global think tank, and also our true strength lies in our ability to bring doers together. This power, though, is contingent on your eager and honest participation. So, I truly encourage you all to be bold, to ask questions, to network, and to take full advantage of the wonderful work my team and our partners have done in organizing this conference. We have a great lineup for you all. With this in mind, before I introduce our President and CEO, Fred Kem, I also like to take the moment to take to all our supporters for not only my program, but also for this conference. With this in mind, it is my pleasure to introduce Atlantic Council President and CEO Fred Kem to the stage. Fred has long understood the strategic value of the region, and I greatly look forward to hearing his thoughts on the geopolitical landscape facing the world today and the importance of our work. Please join me in giving Fred a warm welcome. Fred, floor is yours.
Thank you, Daphne, for that terrific introduction into what promises to be a truly exciting day and a half. It's my honor to welcome ministers, high-level officials, business leaders, experts from across the region and Transatlantic Alliance, of course our partners, and we also have some board members, International Advisory Board members here. For me, it's a particular personal pleasure to be in Istanbul, a city at the crossroads of energy, geopolitics, and innovation. Daphne knows it's not hard to get me to come to Istanbul. It's one of my favorite cities on earth. If you just look out from the lobby onto the Bosporus, where East and West comes together, Europe and Asia, but also North and South. It's all here in Istanbul. It's the Middle East, Europe, Central Asia, Black Sea, Caucasus. There's no other country in the world that plays such a critical role in so many crucial regions. I love the quote from the 19th century French poet and statesman Alphonse de Lamartine. The quote, "If one had but a single glance to give the world, one should gaze on Istanbul." So when we take a break and go out to the lobby, gaze on this remarkable city. And it's encouraging to see this conference and our Turkey program thriving, Daphne. And so thank you for your remarkable leadership and to your team. And even though we're just beginning the conference, please give Daphne and her team a round of applause. It's appropriate, I believe, that we're convening this gathering at such a crossroads like Istanbul at a time when I think the world is at a crossroads. We've got wars in Europe and the Middle East, tensions in Asia, a competition for the commanding heights of technology that's heating up, particularly around artificial intelligence, crucial concerns that we'll be talking about in the next 2 days about the future of the environment and climate, the energy transition. Bill Burns, the head of the CIA, and Richard Moore, the head of MI6, did something that was unprecedented a couple of weeks ago, where they wrote an op-ed in the Financial Times together on the record. And one of the lines from it was, quote, "There is no question that the international world order, the balanced system that led to relative peace and stability and delivered rising living standards, opportunities, and prosperity, is under threat in a way we haven't seen since the Cold War." So that's the context for our considerations and our conversations over the next 2 days. We'll be talking about clean and secure energy, but we're doing that in the context of global turmoil, a turmoil that we can navigate well and come out the other end in a much safer and more prosperous world, or if we navigate it poorly, it could turn out otherwise. Politicians and policymakers have to navigate these complex and interconnected forces now and for the foreseeable future. In less than 1 month, voters in the United States will go to the polls to select their next president, and that will define how the United States interacts with the world over the next 4 years. One thing I can say for sure is the Atlantic Council will be the center at it. It doesn't matter what administration is in charge in Washington. For the last 63 years, the Atlantic Council has been able to navigate a Bush administration, an Obama administration, a Trump administration, a Biden administration, because that's our job. And our mission is put simply in just 5 words, shaping the global future together. And those words are important. The first one, shaping. We don't consider ourselves to be bystanders, and neither should you in working with us over the next 2 days. We're actors in shaping the future, so shaping. The global future. We're at an inflection point in history as critical as the periods after World War I, World War II, and the Cold War, and this will be shaped together with like-minded countries. Or it will be shaped by less benevolent forces and will pay the consequences. And then the last word is together. Never America alone, always with partners and allies, and never the Atlantic Council alone. It's with our partners like you. Our flagship convenings are where we, as the Atlantic Council, play an important role, bridging allies and partners for the shared purpose of shaping the global future together. Energy and climate are 2 of the most pressing and, of course, interlocking global challenges we face. Not in 10 or 20 years' time, but today. The enormity of the challenge brings a call to action, and it's energizing to witness this resonate with the crowd assembled today. We're all aware of the risks inherent to the global energy landscape, from global warming to the politicization of supply. We at the Atlantic Council also see in energy and in clean energy solutions breathtaking opportunities. Companies are coming to us that never came to talk to us about energy before because of the AI revolution, which is going to demand for data processing centers a growth in energy supply that none of us predicted. But that's just one element of the new landscape. Energy has the potential to stimulate regional and global cooperation and drive technological advancement. For our vision of the future, one with reliable, affordable, and a clean supply of energy, we need to capitalize on every opportunity. Turkey stands at the heart of regional energy security. Its strategic position along critical transit routes connects markets and drives partnerships. The broader region, with a unique mix of conventional resources, renewable projects, and a wealth of critical minerals, presents enormous opportunity to enhance energy resilience. Whether it's the Caspian region's abundant energy resources, the development of the Middle Corridor transit route, renewable projects here or in the Balkans, efforts across the region are creating new dynamics that are contributing to Europe's broader energy diversification and stability. This world is moving fast, and we're trying to keep up with it and perhaps even get ahead of it here. Regional collaboration is not only vital for ensuring diverse and stable energy supplies to Europe, but also for spearheading the transition to clean energy technologies. As we focus on these opportunities, we must also recognize the critical role this region can play in rebuilding Ukraine's energy sector. The devastation inflicted by Russia's illegal and unprovoked war on Ukraine has also hit its energy infrastructure, and it's underscored the importance of regional support. This region can help provide alternative energy supplies, renewable energy expertise, and investment to aid Ukraine in restoring and modernizing its energy system. The contributions are essential to Ukraine's reconstruction, its integration in the broader European energy market, and its clean energy transition. in this increasingly complex geopolitical environment. Enhancing energy security and transitioning toward cleaner sources are priorities we all share. Today, we gather to explore how emerging technologies, regional cooperation, and new investment can accelerate the global clean energy transition. The Atlantic Council is committed to fostering these dialogues that align with our mission and at the same time strengthen energy and transatlantic bonds. The journey to decarbonization is going to require strategic investments, effective policymaking, and regional collaboration. And as we head into COP29 in a month in Azerbaijan, today's discussions and tomorrow's discussions are well timed to identify areas of cooperation and to catalyze meaningful actions. Again, we're not bystanders, we're actors. So I look forward to the dialogues we'll share over these next 2 days, confident that the Atlantic Council, along with all of our partners, can advance the initiatives needed to ensure clean, reliable, and secure energy for all. And with that, it's now my pleasure to pass to the floor back to Defna and to our first panel, Renewable Energy Resources Today, a discussion for regional cooperation. Thank you for all joining us.
So, welcome to our first panel of the conference, and we have a great lineup of guests here today, and we will be all discussing renewable energy resources today, and with a focus on regional cooperation. And thank you, Fred, again for your excellent remarks on the global context. This is all about the conference, actually, an essence of what we are trying to accomplish today and also tomorrow, how we can support the regional cooperation in the energy sector more, and especially, for a secure and cleaner energy altogether. And as I have already, flagged, I have a great lineup of speakers. Very quickly, just so I'm going through next to, I will start with Sinan Ak, CEO of Zorlu Energy. I'm sure you all, he's not a stranger to the sector, so everybody knows Sinan Ak. And we also have Adrian Bazawan, Foreign Affairs Advisor to the Minister of Energy of Republic of Romania. And we have Mr. Can Çaka, CEO of IC Holding. We also have Eldar Mamadzada, Chief Commercial Officer of Nobel Energy. Welcome. And Harry Dimitras. Harry is non-resident senior fellow at Turkey programs. We work very closely with Harry for many years now of the Atlantic Council. Harry is also director of the Peace Research Institute in Oslo, and also the Cyprus Center. So with that, I'd like to also underline some housekeeping notes before we kick off this. As you all know, session is under record. We have lineup of also press at the back. And we really encourage you all to engage with us on social media using Twitter handles, whether it can be AC Turkey programs or AC Global Energy Center, or with a hashtag ACSec Clean Energy. So if I really want to, directly return to the questions and give the floor to my panelists. First, I'd like to start with all of them, if it is okay, to give a couple of minutes of remarks. What is, why regional cooperation is important for your own perspective, and what is missing, and what is being expected from policymakers and regulators to support this regional cooperation? And maybe if you can start with that, with every single one of you, then I will focus on more, just details according to your areas and companies. And again, welcome again, and let's start. So please start, and maybe also, just introducing yourself once more. Thank you very much, and welcome again.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the introduction. It's a great discussion today that I'm very much looking forward to today and tomorrow. It's important to meet, to change ideas, and to take stock of the progress, and to see where we are and what are our priorities. Because indeed, energy security cannot be carried or assured to any by itself. The times of autarky have long passed. There are some actors that are still looking for autarky, but that's just impossible in today's interconnected world, where we have many complementarities, especially in our region, the Black Sea. I just want to make a brief. So I'm Adrian, I'm Foreign Affairs Advisor to the Minister of Energy. I'm member of the Board of Directors of Electrica Furnizare, which is one of the biggest electricity providers in the country. And the country is Romania. It is a republic, but the official name is Romania. Indeed, now we are more connected than we have ever been. And there is a dividing connection, maybe at the east of Europe. The European Union believes and tries to be a united energy market, which is not entirely, and we hope to reach that stage. But then we have our neighbors like Ukraine and Moldova, countries that have big aspirations for European integration, for being freed from any kind of blackmail, of energy blackmail, from Russia, for instance. And there are other countries that are very vulnerable. There are many wars, conflicts. And recently, energy security has emerged more important in Romania. It has always been in this priority. Energy security first, energy accessibility second, clean energy third, only if the two first conditions have been met. And now I'm glad to see in Europe that that is changing quite fast, and energy security is becoming the first priority in all its aspects. It's not only the supply of energy, it's also the supply of critical equipment for energy. I mean, if you have a good supply of solar panels energy, but your equipment depends on a foreign actor, that might not be the most secure way to provide your energy. For Romania, should I briefly explain what's the situation in Romania about energy security, or?
Shall we come? I will come
Yes,
to that.
come back.
And also some recent EU regulation as well that,
Indeed.
yeah, we will discuss that. So, but thank you very much, Adrian. This is how it is now?
Now it's
Okay,
better.
good.
I think
So-
that people are not easy.
Okay,
not
thank
easy
you very
for them.
much, Adrian. Thank you, Sinan, for a reminder. And so Sinan Bey, so over to you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for inviting me to this very important, panel. And I'm one of the CEOs that are working in the energy market. We are mainly investing in renewables and EV charging network in Turkey and also in some Eastern European countries and also Italy and Poland. We see the markets, are moving heavily in the renewable business in the last, couple of years after the pandemic, after the gas crisis and all that stuff. The major part of the problem is the fluctuation of the electricity plus the cost of construction of the power plants. This is the major problem as far as I see, and this is a global problem from my point of view. And there are certain conflicts going on between, U.S. and China, and countries started to pick, where to buy. It's not where it's cheaper, but rather where it's produced. Made in China or made in US is now becoming very, very critical. So as of today, when you look at the markets, the price of panels and let's say wind turbines and also batteries are at their lowest. I cannot say maybe for the batteries, but for panels and wind turbines for sure. But the problem is they are produced in China mainly, and if you try to make an assumption about your construction costs according to those pricings, you may end up with failures. So this is the most problematic issue that I foresee for the following 4 or 5 years, because each country is putting sort of tariffs and so on. And as a result, you make some assumption, and then at the end, you may end up somewhere else. So I think as Europe and as we need to sort it out, how to move forward in the future on this scheme. And last week was very critical, actually. There was a very important, poll for EV cars from China to Europe, and with the majority, they decided to put tariffs. Some countries, they didn't want to do it. Some countries, they did. So as a result, it's getting more interesting, I can say. So this is the problem that I see, and we all need to figure out how to overcome this problem.
Thank you. I will come back to that, when the first round is over. And Eldar Bey, welcome again to Atlantic Council Conference. And so, floor is yours. If you can wrap up also from your perspective. You are yourself is from Azerbaijan, but you are also a global player. I think you are also in a very good position to tell us what the main issues lay, regarding the regional cooperation, just in the sector.
Yeah, thank you very much. So we're pretty much, as a Noble Energy, very well positioned because we are in the traditional energy sector and also in the renewables. And we're, at the moment, going through a transformation. I think from what we're expecting from the policymaker standpoint, public-private partnership is crucial at the moment in Azerbaijan. We're just very new into this. We're trying to build up the renewables infrastructure, but we face a lot of challenges in the local regulations levels, where at the moment in Azerbaijan, pretty much good laws and have adopted. I think I would say two major factors that would contribute a lot for the development of renewables in my country would be how we work with the government in order to create financing options. That's very important, or how to enable the environment for the investor to finance into this sector, taking into account that private goals and intentions and public goals are not sometimes matching. So we need to find a way how to match it, because the intentions are sometimes a bit different. And also risk sharing. This is very important in our days. We're facing a lot of risks. And I can tell you that from my own experience, sometimes people doesn't realize what the risks are. So we're just blindly jumping over one issue to another issue, very motivated by the targets of the decarbonizations, and really drop the ball sometimes on the very significant risk. And risk sharing, where we have to have board meetings or kind of the roundtable discussions. One of them we had this morning, where I think it was very fruitful discussions, where we have to exchange this risk and share the knowledge and share the awareness. I think private sector and public sector should hand in hand to work on those risks first of all, and move forward. Otherwise, we will implement the projects and we will end up with the loss for the both parties. In very short, in more strategic level, I would actually like to just touch on that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can Bey, you're a CEO of IC Holding and also a big player, just in the sector. 2-3 minutes, just your perspective on the topic, please.
Yeah,
and then
I think
let's move to the questions.
that's a very important question, and I will take it on a larger scale, to some extent on a philosophical level. I mean, there are two big problems globally we all together face, and we need to find a resolution to that. One is obviously unequal sharing of the wealth and access to resources. So basically, the undeveloped part of the world is a critical problem with migration, with everything that we face that is coming out of this unequal distribution of wealth and resources. And secondly, the climate action plans, and basically without solving the problems on a global scale or a regional scale, I don't think there would be a serious solution. And in that perspective, I believe regional and even global cooperation is key to sort out or deal with those problems. And basically one of the biggest hurdles in front of the developing nations like Turkey is the access to financing, the cost of financing when it comes to realization of big projects. And especially now linking back to the energy, I think the transition today, the transition that we are facing altogether to the clean energy, if we can make it globally, is a great opportunity to some level equalize the development. I mean, we have to ensure that we can create the potential for the underdeveloped countries to create these energy resources that they require to grow their countries or economies, to be able to help us in a global perspective to sort out all these problems. That's why this regional cooperation, I think, is key to the basis, and we have to help that. And I guess, I mean, in the coming section, I can talk about a little bit on the financing. We are seeing a lot of good examples in that perspective to support regionally or specifically how we can further support the transition to the green energy that would help us all tackle with one of the key problems that we are all facing today.
Thank you. We will again come to that. Harry, tomorrow we will already have a panel dedicated to, just especially discussing the energy cooperation between Turkey and Greece. But someone knowing both sides well, maybe if you can, give us your 2 minutes about this and, and just your overall just evaluation, how we can do that better.
Sure. Many thanks, Daphne Hanım, and it's really nice to be back. In 2 minutes, 3 sort of main frameworks, if you like, within which I think to station the discussion. And I'm coming from a political perspective, obviously, to this. So first thing I want to say is that on the basis of the very unfortunate situations in Ukraine, in Gaza, in Nagorno-Karabakh and others, I think it's safe to say that there's absolutely no such thing as a frozen conflict. And we can't afford to take things for granted. We also cannot afford not to deal with things that cannot be dealt with. It can be dealt with in a fairly timely way and avoid escalation beyond what is already in place. Secondly, if you look at the typology of conflicts in this region, where unfortunately conflict rather than not is the norm, then you see various layers. You have the very well-established ethno-national conflict like the Turkey-Greece issues, like the Cyprus problem, Lebanese-Israeli even before this scale and all, upon which new conflicts have come, non-traditional, if you like energy, upon which new ones like Libya and Syria, upon which human security issues, water, access to resources, migration, and all. So effectively, in the end, you have an explosive mix that is extremely difficult, if not impossible, to deal with. Hence, we again need to deal with the things that can be dealt with and take a fragmented approach and do something about it. Thirdly, this part of the world, the Eastern Mediterranean and Middle East, is, according to the UN, the #1 area where climate change is happening the fastest. So we need to wake up and face the music of things. We really can't afford to spend any more time not acting upon these things. On Turkey, Greece, just one word. On the basis of what I just said, we can either sit back and enjoy the situation, quote unquote, expecting for a solution to the bilateral issues to come, which might probably never come, or do something about things that can be done on the ground, which I think would tick 2 boxes. One, tackle the actual issues on the ground, be it climate change, access to resources, cooperation and all. B, through this, establish a culture of cooperation that has been missing for so very long. So when there is a will, there is a way. There's a positive agenda at the moment, thankfully, come late or never. We do have examples upon which to base ourselves rapprochement in the past 10 nearly excellent years between 1999 to 2010, and now new opportunities arise. So I'm here to give the message of cooperation, which I think will unlock opportunities, but also make sure that we don't fall in the loop of further exacerbation of established conflicts.
Thank you, Harry. As I look at my notes that you all, just almost without exception, just mentioned. So this region is, in a way, very central located in many ways. It is in the middle of geopolitical conflicts, and there's also a competition and a need for cooperation for economics of scale, just in investment, and also there's a need to access to energy financing, which is also getting more and more scarce, and also as globally we all have to tackle with the climate warming and more and more focus on doing more clean and renewable investments in the region. While doing that, as businessmen among us here, you also need to make profit to keep going the business. But on the other hand, so many things happening in the region, and also there are regulatory issues and financing issues. But regardless, so a lot to be done. So I really do hope that during this conference, we will be discussing all these topics again, but with that saying, I'd like to turn back to Eldar again. If I may, Eldar Bey, and maybe talk about, given your company's experience in especially carbon capture, and as you have flagged, what role do you see, you are playing in regional strategy, decarbonizing energy systems? And now we are ahead of COP29, almost a month away in Baku, so most of us will be there. And I think to get your perspective, you as a company play an important role with that. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think it's a very important question, especially on the carbon capture. For the countries like Azerbaijan, we're very heavily dependent on oil and gas. And we also want to be in a trend of the international agenda of decarbonizing, going to renewables. But we saw some failed strategies when some companies made the sudden shift from the oil and gas to renewables, but it wasn't really successful. They start doing it in more smooth and transitional way. And I can tell that the companies like very oil majors have very developing the carbon capture technologies. So our company has this carbon capture technology, or let's say engineering solutions in the United States. We're adopting it. But the challenge was the carbon capture technology is very expensive. So, and when you want to raise the financing for the renewables, the countries who are very heavily dependent on oil and gas, they would rather spend, and this is the positive side of it, spend money on carbon capture technologies rather than on the renewables right away. So for them, is oil and gas is still money-making, and they would like to contribute to decarbonization, come to the and achieve zero-emission targets, but in the same time have a breathing space for transition into the renewables. And this is very important for countries, and Azerbaijan is not exception for that. So our company is doing, as I said, carbon capture technology in the United States, which is a very good environment there for that. There is a policy very adopted, and there is a very welcoming to invest in that technology. Whereas in Azerbaijan, we think it a bit an expensive venture. So we are in discussion with the government at the moment in Azerbaijan, the national company, where we actually trying to bring that technology into Azerbaijan. But it requires really partnership between public and private to reduce the cost of that, how we can do it. And moreover, and the carbon capture, the regional collaboration is very important. Because once you capture the carbon, you have to have a storage facility for that. And I think Turkey can play a vital role here because there are geological formations. Turkey can actually play the role of the storage of that carbon capture. But work together across the countries to how we can create joint ventures so we can share that financial burdens between the companies and on the regional basis to bring those technologies in developing countries like mine and develop it until we doing the transition to the renewables. And we all know that we need to earn money from oil and gas in order to invest in the renewables. So the carbon capture will be playing a great role in to help decarbonize oil and gas to the extent possible and gain the money and transfer it into the renewables.
Thank you very much for that. From there, I'd like to move to Sinan, if I may. Again, back to you, Mr. Sinanak. You know, just so, I mean, you as a company also, you know, you are highly diversified in the sector, as you already mentioned. So why it is so important for you to partner more with the foreign companies? What is it, you know, you reach more in economics of scale, you know, just more profitable, and what are the most problems that you are facing as you are also doing more partnership in the region?
Okay, thank you. Yes, actually, Turkey is becoming the #1 country, maybe in Europe, I can say, for the energy transition, you know, future. So we don't have oil and gas like Azerbaijan, so we need to focus mainly on the renewable side and also the EV side, EV cars. And of course, it consumes a lot of capital, and also we need a lot of financing for the future. And in order to overcome these problems, you know, with the new economical model, I guess, it's better to start cooperating with foreign companies in Turkey at the early stages in order to, you know, fasten the process, you know. So, yes, you know, there is certain capital in Turkey, but to complete all this transition is not enough. And for sure, we need a lot of capital. So on the EV car charging or in the EV car business, you need a lot of incentives at the initial stage and also equity. You know, if a company today wants to construct an EV charging network, I don't think anybody can get a single dollar loan from another bank, you know, unless, you know, you put your balance sheet from your other businesses. So it means that you need to put capital, which we are doing so for the last 2 years, but it wasn't enough. So we decided to partner with the infrastructure fund in order to fasten the process. So with the help of the infrastructure fund, you know, not only in Turkey, but we were able to reach Italy, Bulgaria, Greece, France, you know, Croatia and Poland, you know. So we are enlarging our network as well. So to work with infrastructure funds and also with other big companies, partners, may help you to diversify your risk on regional basis as well. So this is one side, very important. On the other side, to reach financing, yes, you have capital, but you have a limit to reach financing. You cannot they get financing for more than what you can get. So it means that if you partner up with strong funds and companies, it will be quite easy for you to reach additional funding. Today in Turkey, IFIs are the number one source for financing. Number two are the ECAs. If you go to a local bank, the cost is very high as we speak. So it means that you need also governance in order to reach that funding. So it's not only you have a good project, but also you need a good governance and good management in order to reach that. Infrastructure also helps you to build up the governance as well, because mainly most of the companies in Turkey are family-owned, old-fashioned type of companies, and they are trying to convert themselves as well. So it also helps the businesses to grow from that point of view. So I think cooperation and partnering is going to be the next area that we need to focus as companies. If we try to do what we want to do, then it's going to be a small and simple business as far as I see.
Thank you very much. From you, I'll move to Adrian. Adrian, you are acting as a senior advisor to Energy Minister in Romania, so in a way representing him as well. So this is how we see it. And so Romania is expected to be the first country to deploy US-made SMRs, small modular reactors. And this February, to my knowledge, European Commission recognized SMR technology as an important contributor to decarbonization as part of the EU Green Deal as well. So could you please talk about the potentials you see there, and also we also know that you are also a beneficiary of the US Exim, and tomorrow we will be hosting US Exim Bank Chairman here. As well at a private conversation with Fred Kemp, so I also like to remind you all that. Let's talk about that, and also there is some EU regulation issue that came out only this week as well. So what is the problem, and how difficult it is sometimes, can be challenging for you, just so being an EU country and dealing with these regulations at the same time, even though we will talk about it more, because your regulator will be also at our panel tomorrow, more in details. But in a nutshell, can we wrap up and give your perspective on all these questions that I just flagged? Thank you.
Sure, thank you very much. We strongly believe that in our green transition we cannot quit gas and coal and nuclear all at the same time. And that has been a tendency in Europe for some time. Luckily that is reversing. Romania is one of the countries that strongly believe in nuclear energy. It also is the only country in former communist bloc, so in Central and Southeast Europe, the former communist ones, that has, someone took a wise decision back then in the 70s. They didn't use Russian technology. They used Canadian technology. So in terms of the security of the supply chain, Romania now, in expanding its nuclear program, is not dependent on one source of technology or on one source of nuclear fuel, but on several sources from the free world. So we are planning firstly to expand, double our nuclear capacity, which is now 20% of the country's consumption. We'll double that by 2032 with the classic big reactors. And we are also working and are the most advanced in Europe on the SMR project, which is in Doicești. It's a former coal plant that has been disbanded, and now on the basis of the infrastructure they are building the SMR. The SMR project has now reached the FEED 2 stage, so the front-end engineering and design stage. So the engineering and design is on the way, the work itself. We have secured financing from the Exim Bank. As you mentioned, financing is always the issue. Being the first of its kind, if it will be, or among the first of its kind, of course, it's more expensive. But someone got to do it because we need to push forward with the technology, develop a supply chain, and collaborate in the region so that we expand the source. Because on the long term, we believe that the SMR technology is in measure to offer more flexible, cheap, and easy to build energy solution, broadband energy solution. And we are more than welcoming other countries to cooperate. We have in Romania the first test site, I mean for engineers, I miss the word now, for engineers to prepare themselves to control the SMR, the simulator, the first SMR simulator in Europe, so that engineers from many countries can come and prepare themselves. So we are very much looking forward to discuss more on that.
Thank you very much. And from there, since we talk about coal, so I would like to jump to Mr. Can Çaka. I mean, IC Holding is one of the investors in coal in Turkey, and so now with the energy transition and it also, I mean, it's an important resource in Turkey, that's for sure. But it's also something that you have to deal as a company, and with the challenges. So where are you with that, and how you can you come up with some, maybe you already did some innovative ways that to use coal in energy transition, and whether this can also lead to some other corporations in the region?
Well, I mean, as IC Holding, first of all, we are very proud to be at the front end of the energy transition. And when we are talking about energy transition, obviously, I'm not only referring to our investments and our commitment to the renewable energy, but as you rightly said, the efficiency of the existing traditional carbon-based energy generation also is a kind of a commitment to the sustainability goals or sustainable development goals. In that perspective, I think prominent organizations like our group, like many groups in this esteemed participant base, I would say, put forward the required investments in terms of the rehabilitation, in terms of the energy efficiency, in terms of the impact on lowering the, let's say, carbon emission and impact to the, in a nutshell, impact to the environmental perspective. And this is one part of the equation. Certainly work safety and other issues are, including the governance, are important as that. That's why I think that's an important part of the equation with large reputable organizations investing to the area. Another area, as I try to state, we have a commitment for the last 25 years in terms of renewable energy, which started with our investments into the hydro-powered electric generation. Now it is much accelerated in terms of, again, sun power and wind power. There's one issue related to the, or one problem related to the renewable energy is the intermittency. In that perspective, the efficiency, I would say. So there are two ways to deal with that. Currently, we are investigating and investing in both of the solutions as well. One is the hybrid power generation. So in that perspective, wherever we have the hydro base, can we utilize the same connectivity, same infrastructure? Can we also have wind or solar powered energy generation there? That is one area. And the second one is the investments into the clean energy in terms of, together with the storage capability. And again, I'm going to link this back to the potential limitations in terms of financing, in terms of investments in these areas. And I would say in both cases, actually, the investment amount is substantial, and it requires long-term investments, especially when it comes to the hybrid solutions as well. There, I guess, together with the issues that we are facing in terms of approvals, in terms of legislation, so on and so forth, I think we should have specific financing solutions to these two areas where it would help in terms of the usage of increase of clean energy in that perspective. Because when you come back to the, let's say, hybrid case, yes, we are utilizing the same infrastructure, same connectivity, that is an advantage, but because of the hybrid or co-generation potential there, we are not using the 100% of the each individual generation power. There, the idea can we have specific financing with lower cost, with considering that lower efficiency? Or when it comes to investing into storage, can we create collaboration in terms of storage capability? Because the storage itself is very expensive. Globally, there has been a lot of research and development behind that. Can we create reliable, global-wide solutions? I think those would be instrumental, key for the development of the energy. But I guess, again, coming back to IC Holding, we're very proud. We're taking a kind of pioneering position in that regard.
Thank you very much for this background. And Harry, I will quickly jump to you. How can regional cooperation in renewable development enhance energy security? Maybe we can talk a bit more about that, particularly in the regions that have historically been reliant on fossil fuels. And also, Russia's full-scale invasion in Ukraine reminded policymakers in the EU importance of renewable transition. But also it raised significant energy security concerns due to the short-term disruption and access to gas as well. So maybe to conclude on your end, so what is your interpretation of the ramifications for the EU energy policy in the long term, and how this will have an impact and is having an impact on the regional cooperation potential?
Sure.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Firstly, the wonderful thing about renewable energy sources is that they're not commodities like fossil fuels, which means that in particular in cases where states have been fighting over the ownership of fossil fuels, the value added of renewable sources lies in the usage when and if the countries wish. So in a sense, this I think taps a lot of boxes in this part of the world. Secondly, it is unlikely that we're going back to the renewables discussion as we had it before, exactly as you say, because of the Russia-Ukraine war, but others as well, where major companies are reviewing or slashing even the targets. BP was talking from 40 to 25% now, slashing it entirely to zero. So then it means that effectively we cannot possibly have more conflict over fossil fuels. Thirdly, by promoting the renewable energy cooperation, which does exist and which is not necessarily always talked about, a very good example is Turkey and Greece that have an electrical interconnectivity. Very few people talk about it. I think less know about it. But this has been operating notwithstanding the problems between the two. So in a sense, if we have pragmatism on this, then we can move forward. Because effectively, interconnectivity means interdependence, and interdependence means normalcy, and normalcy means peace. Hence, I think we can capitalize on whatever we have in the region, and I think that is important to have a broader paradigm. Thirdly, it means that the European Union needs to do two things. First, shape up a little bit and understand the region as a region, have a coherent policy for this, but also, secondly, hand in hand, have an honest discussion with Turkey regarding a point beyond transactionalism. We're talking about connected economies, connected shared values. Otherwise, I think this is high time to capitalize on this. The added advantage of this is that it would allow legitimization of rapprochement within constituencies, domestic constituencies, that might feel a little bit threatened, perhaps with sovereignty concession paranoia, with recognition paranoia, and so on and so forth. So I think we can use energy to move that. Finally, exactly because the Eastern Mediterranean, broadly construed, is very unlikely at the moment to be able to compete globally. Even perhaps we need to have a different discussion compared to the past on contribution to the European energy security. We need to start having a rethink of our fundamental premises and think about energy for the region, so the region for the region. Everyone contributed to service their own needs, which are very big. If we go beyond the wishful thinking, perhaps, of having a broader international discussion.
Thank you very much, Harry. So I won't be turning you for your last remarks because I also want to turn the audience if they may have questions. We started late, so I'm just telling this to my team. So I will take another 5 minutes with this session. So I'd like to turn the audience if they may have any questions to our, and please introduce yourself and we have microphones should be going around. Yeah, it's coming. Just 1 second. Oh,
Hello.
Okay. Okay, sorry. So I was actually going to start with the lady, but please continue.
If you want a lady first.
No, that's okay. Please introduce yourself. That's okay.
I am Atıl Kemaloğlu at Climate Company. I want to ask renewable energy like coal, carbon-based energy, not everywhere, not efficient everywhere. And how can we convincing the people which leave the renewable energy is efficient for convincing people for the build our new infrastructure, new energy centrals, solar panels, wild turbines to backyard. For some people need EV cars, want to have the EV cars. How can we build a new infrastructure for their backyards?
And your question is to whom?
To CEO of Zorlu.
Okay, Sinan Bey.
Okay. When the EV infrastructure is changing, mainly, we need to charge the cars. We try to charge the cars at home as much as possible. As long as the infrastructure at the houses are enough. But in big cities like Istanbul or Ankara, Izmir, I don't foresee more than 30% of the users can have this opportunity, and maybe 10% has the opportunity to put solar panels at the rooftop. So I totally agree. The government should put some certain incentives for the households to put panels in the rooftops, especially if they have EV cars, because in that case, it's going to be quite cheap and efficient for the user first of all. And on the second side, the effect of the EV car to the infrastructure will be less, because once during the night everybody will plug the cars, and it will have certain effect on the network. But if you have a solar, maybe the user case may change, and people start to charge their cars during the daytime as well. I think so. It's very important aspect, and we must convince the people to put panels as much as possible. And one other issue, the next area, in the new batteries that the cars gonna have, I think it's gonna start from 2026. Mainly, we'll have larger number of cycles. As of today, sometimes 3,000–4,000, but the cycle will go up to more than 10,000. In that case, from car to grid will be possible as well, and it can be a way of making money as well in the future.
Thank you, Sinan Bey. And can we have the microphone here, please? Quick. You have a microphone? Yeah, please introduce yourself. Yeah.
Thank you. This is Melahat Çelebi Özant. Today I'm here as a freelance foreign policy expert. If I may, I would like to have two questions. I would like to address my first question to Mr. Adrian Bazawan. I hope I pronounced it well. You said you are the only former East Bloc country who chose Canadian technology in nuclear because you're lucky. You don't even need to enrich uranium, and you use kind of type of reactors. But regarding the SMRs, I would like to ask a question, especially after the conflict in the war in Ukraine. And the things happening at the Zaporizhzhia plant. Yes, of course, I am a very big fan of these new technologies, but you said it's flexible, it's very easy to build. However, has your assessment of security, not nuclear safety, but nuclear security has changed? Because if you compare, in terms of security, the SMRs with the conventional reactors, do you still, with this new threat, still prefer to, I couldn't find the word, build that much SMRs? And if I may, I would like to go on with Mr. Sinan Ak. Would you please open up the collaboration?
If we can limit only to one question, because we are running. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. This is for you.
Thank you very much. For us, there is no new threat. Russia and the wars around Romania have been there forever, for the last hundreds of years and for the last decades. And we are always considering the military threat. And that's a very good question, how we deal with new nuclear plants. And of course, we'll only take an investment decision after all aspects will be thoroughly considered, and we will make sure that the new type of technology is sufficiently secure and able to be protected. And on this line about security, I will also quickly address a question to Harry. You said that on fossil fuels, there is no conflict. On fossil fuels, there are conflicts among countries because fossil fuels resources are owned by some countries. What about renewable energy? It's lithium, nickel, cobalt, and all these rare earths and the metals needed for these technologies that are owned 90% by one country or controlled 90% by one country. And then there is also the technology, which is also mainly dominated by one actor. So isn't that even a worse conflict for renewable energy resources than for fossil fuels? Thank you.
Thank you very much. We also have Ana Palacio, our board member and former Foreign Affairs Minister of Spain with us, and she also has a question.
Thank you. Direct. Cooperation needs grids. You have mentioned, and I think it's very important, and I think that there should be a regional approach to grids, to smart grids that share, because if not, renewables have the problem of intermittence. Besides this important aspect of the connection with Greece, are there other initiatives or projects to interconnect the region in that sense?
Mrs. Palacio, you are asking the question to?
Anyone, because
Okay.
I mean, maybe expand a bit on this, on what this interconnection with Greece means, because this is an interconnection also with the European Union. But are there others? And again, Turkey's pivot in that sense. I mean, this is not an issue that in the European Union we have solved. Someone has said that in the European Union, we are struggling because we are far, far from getting our energy union. But I think that in the region, it's interesting if there are other initiatives.
Yunanistan. Ha? Hayır, Yunanistan mı dedi? Hayır, bağlantı interconnection. Anyway, okay, so let me answer this question. So, you know, the interconnection and the grid lines are really important. I totally agree. And while we are developing the renewables, you know, we need to think a little bit differently because the production can take place somewhere else and the consumption can take place somewhere else. China is very lucky from that point of view because they have a large country and they control everywhere. So they produce at the west side of the country and consume at the east side. And there is a time difference as well. You know, they manage it very well. So when the time is, let's say, dark, there is still sun on the west side. So at the peak hours, you know, where the population is quite high, they still manage it. So I think Europe has to think different from this aspect as well. You know, during the summer, there is always sun at the north, you know, in Finland, Norway, and during the winter, you know, Italy is much better. So there will be ultra-high speed, you know, grid lines between the countries to overcome that problem, which is being handled by China as well. You know, we are always finding the solution over there. You know, they, as a, you know, one single entity, they try to, you know, they solve the problems faster than anybody else. Also between Turkey and Greece, I think the grid lines is very limited, you know, with Bulgaria as well. So, you know, this should, I think, improve because Turkey can produce the power during the daytime. Maybe we can benefit from in the afternoon from Europe. So it can be a very interesting, you know, structure. So, yes, the grid lines are very limited, but, you know, at least it can be maybe 10 or 20 times more than what we can have right now. You know,
can you just pick up on that very quickly? I think that was a great question. I don't know how much you know about it, but and I think in COP29 this subject will be covered because this is going to be one of the fundamental subjects in COP29 in Baku. So Azerbaijan government really wants to replicate something they did with the fossil oil and energy. So to provide the energy security to European countries, we build up all the way the pipelines, top all the way to Europe. So that was one. Now our government is really putting a lot of initiatives how to export green energy from the region, which link to Central Asia, Azerbaijan, through the Georgia, under the Black Sea, all the way to the Europe. And there is a great initiative, and there was a recent visits to, I believe, Romania from the government representative. I may be a little bit talking up in behalf of the government, but because I'm engaged in this conversation a little bit, want to share that with you. So there is a huge plans to create a consortium. It's a kind of a JV with investors engaged. Build up the channel all the way under the Black Sea. I may be mistaken, but it's up to the 4 gigawatt. And it is considering maybe expanding as well. And also one channel under the Caspian Sea all the way from the Central Asia. So there is a lot of surplus of Uzbekistan. They have lots of, up to the 5 gigawatt, I believe they have surplus energy they can supply. Azerbaijan will have at least 1.5 gigawatt technical capacity in the wind energy, because I don't know how many you know, but the capital city of Baku in translation means a city of winds. And we have a good radiation territory as well, where we get the solar as well. So there is a huge plans about this. There is intensive conversation going around, and they want to put into implementation how to build that connection to the European Union and start supplying the green energy all the way from that region, Central Asia. This is a very ambitious plan. And the difficulty, it's not the oil, it's just you pump it, or gas, you pump it and take it on the other side of the pipe. There is need the stability of the grid, without which you cannot really just supply the green energy as and much as you want. That will be a very technological question, and that's why Azerbaijan now bringing all the players together to build up the so-called consortium and see how the technical can solve this problem. So there is objective, there is intention, and there is a map, roadmap. Now the technological, how we can solve this. So to start delivering it all the way from the Central Asia to Europe. Just wanted to give that perspective as well, because I know there is one route going through Turkey, whereas Azerbaijan also signed the agreement to export, that's intention, up to 1 gigawatt through the Nakhchivan from Azerbaijan to Turkey and also elsewhere. And there's also another project discussions, and during the COP29, I think you will hear more about it, all the way to the Black Sea.
Thank you very much. Unfortunately, I have been warned by my team that we have to wrap up because we have a very important speaker video message from Ukraine, which I will introduce momentarily. And please find our distinguished speakers and distinguished guests all together, in the coffee break, and please place your questions there. With that, now it is my pleasure to cede the floor to our second panel, Implications of U.S. Elections and Climate Dialogue and the Energy Landscape, which will begin with a special message from His Excellency German Galuchenko, Minister of Energy from Ukraine. Minister Galuchenko has served Minister of Energy since 2021 in Ukraine. His leadership has been pivotal in navigating one of the most challenging periods of Ukraine's energy sector. He previously served as Ukraine's Ministry of Foreign Affairs and a Minister of Justice and many other important governmental roles, but we have been honored to host Minister on several occasions. In the past, most recently in 2024, during the Central and Eastern European Energy Securities Conference in Washington, D.C., which I was personally there. Without further ado, it is my pleasure to present to you a special video message from the Minister. So are you ready, Iveta? Okay, wonderful. So here we go. And then this message will be followed up with our panel, as I already flagged, moderated by John Bowles. So, okay, thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak on the crucial topic, regional cooperation. Today it has proven to be a lifeline for Ukraine energy system, which shows the resilience and the main part of the European energy security system. Just a few days ago, the Energy Community Secretariat applauded Ukraine's significant progress in integrating the electricity integration package into national law. This draft law registered on October 2 is an important step towards full integration into the EU electricity market. For us, the recognition of our cooperation is especially meaningful given the challenges of recent years. Despite the full-scale Russian invasion, which destroyed more than 9 gigawatts of energy capacity, Ukraine has introduced groundbreaking legislative measures for renewable energy development, such as PPA, net billing for critical infrastructure resilience, and self-consumption solution, guarantees of origin, and more. We have also established a modern contracts for difference, model for green auctions, and develop a market system for producers operating under the feed-in tariff. Corporate power purchase agreements are being refined, and investors have been granted the right to complete renewables energy projects that were halted due to the war. In 2024, the National Energy and Climate Plan and National Renewable Energy Action Plan, with the target of 27% of renewables share in the total consumption by 2030, were adopted. And it means that the current existing 10 gigs of renewable has to be doubled in 5 years. Early in July this year, the government approved the strategy for the development of distributed generation for the period until 2035 and operational plan by 2026. First pilot renewable auction is planned for October-November 2024 with 110 megawatt of the total quota, including wind, solar, bioenergy, and small hydro energy technologies. Net billing mechanism for the self-production active consumers launched, and there are up to 100 fast active consumers which use self-production mechanism. The electronic register of guarantee of origins was launched on August 2024, which fully complies with European rules and practices. During the first months of operation of the register, 800 accounts were created and 300 renewable facilities were registered. We have a strong progress in biomethane sector. Before the full-scale invasion, Ukraine had 0 models for biomethane production. Now, 4 companies can produce nearly 10 million cubic meters of biomethane annually. Thus, we were also advancing towards decarbonizing the gas energy mix and fulfilling the goals of the REPowerEU plan for Europe energy security. We have effectively approved a roadmap within the framework of Memorandum of Strategic Partnership on Renewable Gases with the EU. Today, there are about a dozen state programs in Ukraine that support development of renewable energy. Despite key measures that have been done and to be done in the upcoming time to attract investments, first and foremost, in the restoration and further development of the Ukrainian energy system, still we face an incredible number of challenges. And the main challenges, high difficulties of implementing the targets of the development of renewables due to the lacking of the financial resources and war risks. We highly appreciate all support that has been provided to Ukraine in this challenging time, which have already brought positive results. Renewable energy is an integral part of the regional energy system security and economic strength. The joint efforts towards boosting the deployment of renewable energy enhance the security of electricity supply to consumers and reduces countries' dependence on imported energy resources. The development of renewables, that is more than just about the supply of electricity. That is the issue of national security, and that is the issue of maintaining the energy system under difficult circumstances, unprecedented attacks of Russia to Ukrainian energy system. Thank you very much for supporting us. Thank you very much for working together, and glory to Ukraine.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome John Bolus, visiting scientist and lecturer at the Center for Energy and Sustainable Development at Kadir Has University.
Welcome everyone to this panel titled Implications of U.S. Elections on Climate Change and the Energy Landscape. I'd like to start by introducing our panelists. First we have Matthew Briza, Managing Director of Strafe and former U.S. Ambassador to Azerbaijan. Next we have Jonathan R. Cohen, a non-resident Senior Fellow of the Scowcroft Middle East Security Initiative and Middle East Programs at the Atlantic Council, and a former U.S. Ambassador to Egypt and the United Nations. And third, but not least, David Goldwyn, who's Chairman of the Energy Advisory Group of the Global Energy Center at the Atlantic Council. Before we start, I'd just like to remind everyone that this session is on record, and I would encourage you to engage with us on social media using the Twitter handles at @AC_TR programs, or at AC Global Energy, or at the hashtag ACSEC Clean Energy. So I'd just like to remind the audience that the floor will be open to questions at the end and that this session is on record. And with that, we'll get right into the questions because we're short on time, and I remind the speakers to try to be brief, not always easy, of course. And we will cover first looking at the elections from an oil and gas perspective. I think, regardless of the president in the United States, U.S. domestic and foreign oil policy has been pretty consistent and easy to understand, at least since the start of the shale boom in the late 2000s, and arguably earlier. Produce as much as possible, create export markets through either positive energy diplomacy, through commercial agreements, or coercive energy diplomacy through sanctions and tariffs, so long, of course, as U.S. domestic supplies are secure. President Trump's rhetoric is unequivocally pro-fossil fuels, whereas Vice President Harris's rhetoric includes championing clean energy while acknowledging continued support for U.S. oil and gas producers. So my question for the panelists then is, what is the actual difference in the oil policy between the two candidates once they enter office, and how will these manifest themselves globally? And as kind of an add-on to that, how much rhetoric can be matched, or are market dynamics more at play here? Maybe I'll start with you, Matthew.
Sure, thanks, John. Thanks for the nice introduction. And Daphne and team, thanks so much for a chance to be up here with two of my favorite people from my government career. We collaborated in doing some great things, I think. Well, first of all, candidate Harris has been unclear in her statements on many things, but definitely on energy and climate. So if you look to her statement during the Democratic National Convention, she only mentioned climate change related to energy one time, and she said we need to free ourselves from the climate problems caused by overuse of fossil fuels. But she hasn't really articulated a policy very clearly. But if you go back to her approach to oil and gas in the past, when she was the California Attorney General, she's very proud of having brought legal action against two major oil companies, Exxon and Chevron. She has made clear she's very much in favor of energy transition, and she's called climate change a crisis, one of the biggest issues on the agenda. But that was before. That was while she was a candidate back in the 2020 race. And then finally, I think she's quite proud of having been cast the deciding vote in the Inflation Reduction Act, which is the biggest governmental investment in history in the energy transition. Whereas President Trump has been derisive of the existence of climate change as an issue, climate change hoax is what he's called it. He talks about the socialist Green New Deal, and he's obviously a very strong proponent of the oil and gas industry, and his slogan, like Sarah Palin's, is drill baby drill. Yeah, and you guys will talk about, I'm sure, how candidate Harris has reversed herself on fracking.
What do you have to add to that, Jonathan?
Well, I think most people heard Vice President Harris make her statement about fracking, that she no longer supports a fracking ban. I think that's an important point. She believes that we can have a thriving, clean energy economy that includes fracked petroleum products. And President Trump has also been very clear he would support more drilling. He would roll back some of the environmental protections that have been put in place under the Biden administration. I think what we have basically is two diametrically opposed views on the climate and energy transition piece, not necessarily diametrically opposed on oil and gas and its importance in the U.S. economy.
John?
David?
U.S. presidents really don't have a great deal of impact on oil and gas production. The biggest sources of their impact are on leasing of federal lands. Most U.S. oil and gas production is not on federal lands. Permitting, particularly of pipelines and things like LNG plants, and environmental regulation. So despite all the rhetoric, there's nothing Donald Trump can do to ramp up U.S. oil production 4 times, and there's very little that President Harris could do to constrain it. Supply and demand and fundamentals are the big factor. You know, the price goes below $60, you know, short supply, people are going to withhold production. So that's why you saw the shale boom under President Obama, and you saw record oil and gas production under President Biden, and you saw a decline because of COVID under President Trump. So it doesn't make a huge amount of difference there. On the oil side, the biggest piece of environmental regulation is on methane. But the oil and gas industry, at least the international oil companies, are highly committed to methane mitigation. And they're not doing that out of concern about climate or virtue. It's because Europe has a methane policy, and because Japan is going to be marking imports, and because we're going to have a carbon border adjustment mechanism, and everyone's going to have to measure the carbon intensity of their products. So for purely commercial reasons, people are trying to figure out the metronomy of this, how to measure it. You know, so that's it. And on the gas side, there's a lot of hoopla about LNG, the pause, and so on, and we can talk about that if you want. But there also, you know, the Natural Gas Act says exports to free trade countries are deemed to be in the national interest. Exports to other countries are presumed to be in the national interest. So the rules may change. There may be more disclosure about the impacts of these permits. There may be more concern for how much concentration of the industry there is in one place. But we're going to be exporting gas, and in fact, the U.S. has permitted 15 billion cubic feet a day in projects that are looking for contracts right now. We're going to double, almost double our LNG export capacity in the next 4 years, separate from any project that was impacted by the pause. So you're right, the rhetoric is kind of all over the place, but I think the market is going to determine what happens to oil and gas.
So then in terms of the pause, given this capacity you're talking about, that, I mean, is it safe to say then that that pause is designed to kind of catch up with what is needed to be filled? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I mean, the U.S. is, when you issue these non-free trade agreement national interest determinations, what Congress really mandated is they want to know the economic impact of all of these exports. Climate is filtered into it, but it's largely economic analysis. And every 5 years since we started exporting in significant numbers, the Department of Energy assessed first what 0 to 5 BCF a day would do in the economy, then 5 to 10, then 10 to 20. Now we're in the 20 to 30 range. And they hadn't done that since 2019, and we'd permitted 15 billion cubic feet a day in projects. So they're like, better take a look before we start adding 10 more. And you know, people are worried about the climate, so they're going to do the study. The study will be done in December, notice and comment January, February, new rules in April. That's not what people ought to worry about. What people ought to worry about is that for years, when we did that economic analysis, and LNG export demand was 5–10% of U.S. total gas demand, the answer was positive impact on prices, 2 cents, 3 cents, pretty negligible. Now LNG demand is 30% of U.S. natural gas demand. Data centers on the way, AI, huge, you know, the first time we have an increase in electricity demand. In the U.S. it had been flat, you know, for a long time. So now, Trump administration, Harris administration, when they do that analysis, the question is that going to raise natural gas prices 5 cents or 10 cents, you know, per BTU? That's a very different political question. And the opposition isn't coming from the climate world. It's coming from Dow Chemical and from steel, you know, steel workers and steel manufacturers. So I think that's the space to watch, not the climate space.
Yeah, I mean, and Jonathan, I mean, how do you see, I guess, the presidential candidates, their differences in terms of their constraints as well? I mean, you know, Trump's rhetoric is what it is versus, you know, Harris, I think we've laid out as kind of a continuation of the Biden administration. You know, what you've been in both the first Trump and Biden administrations, I understand, and so you have, I think, seen that more at the ground level. So kind of curious how you feel like that rhetoric manifests itself.
Well, I think getting back to what David just said, the market forces drive a lot of this. Overall, energy transition and oil and gas production are going to continue apace, fueled by the rapid demand in growth of demand in energy from AI and data centers, continued cost declines in renewable energy, the centrality that states and regions play in the power markets and in setting the policy agenda. So the White House has some influence and can set a tone, but it can't dictate the way the market runs. What I can say in terms of the tone is that the tone toward climate action is very supportive and friendly from the Harris people and the Biden administration, and not friendly from the Trump administration. And you know, when I was ambassador at the UN and we would have a discussion on climate in the Security Council every year, the words climate change would not appear in my remarks that I was sent from Washington. And to get them in, I would have to find kind of elliptical references, like saying that our close partners, the Pacific Island states, consider climate change an existential problem. So that kind of gives you a sense of where they come from. On the other hand, very quickly after the Biden administration came into office, John Kerry, as the climate chief, was very active, traveling around the world, marshaling support, getting green trade missions underway so that American companies could benefit from the global energy transition. And there is a piece that goes beyond America's borders, which has to do with trade, both trade in our oil and gas and trade in our companies that are involved in the energy transition. And I think when you're sitting in the White House, you don't want to hamper either of those processes. You want American companies to succeed and to be able to sell, which raises the question about what the impact is going to be of the tariffs that are being talked about. But we can come back to that.
Yeah, we'll definitely get into tariffs. Matthew, in terms of this LNG pause, maybe you can kind of place it in the context of global LNG markets. Where do you feel kind of the U.S. market is playing, and could that be affected by presidents? I mean, we've kind of come to the conclusion that presidents don't have much of effect, right? But is there any kind of difference that you see kind of between the two candidates?
I think they're both heavily in favor of LNG, and the market needs it. I mean, U.S. LNG has played such an important role in helping Europe adjust to the cutoff of Russian gas, something that a bunch of us here in this room had been advocating to the European Union for a couple of decades. It's a shame it took a horrible war like this to get them to focus on the need to diversify their sources of supply. But no, I think both candidates, I mean, I'm not sure how much Donald Trump has really conceptualized these issues about LNG as a strategic counterbalance to Putin. I mean, yesterday that crazy story came out that former President Trump has had 7 contacts with President Putin since the election. So I think, without a doubt, Kamala Harris thinks in these geostrategic terms about the U.S. being able to help out European allies. But right now, there's a strange thing happening. In Southeast Europe, and so in Bulgaria, in Romania, the market is flooded with Russian gas molecules. And so we've brought in a lot of U.S. LNG here, but the massive volume of Russian gas is still flowing into Southeast Europe, despite U.S. LNG. And it's going through the Turk Stream pipeline and then the existing pipeline through Ukraine. Sometimes it's rebranded as someone else's gas molecules, but they're overwhelmingly being produced in Russia. I'm on the board of a Bulgarian gas distribution company, and we were being appealed to by the developer of an LNG terminal in Greece, saying, please, will you buy some of our LNG? And our response is, there are too many Russian molecules now floating around by pipe. So LNG, though, is going to come back into strategic focus, I think, when it comes to Europe soon, because after 2027, the EU has said they want to take no more Russian hydrocarbons at all. But again, I think they're still going to be taking a lot of them rebranded.
That's kind of reality versus rhetoric again. So we'll have to see down the road with that. So now moving towards renewables, away from oil and gas. The United States is both the largest producer of oil and gas, but at the same time has a market that can scale up adoption of these technologies very quickly and to great effect. what do you think, given these kind of differences, rhetorical differences and policy differences, certainly Trump has pledged to roll back the regulations that Biden put into place in 2022. What do you think the stakes are of this election in terms of renewable energy generation in the United States and kind of what effects that might have globally? Maybe,
sure.
David, we'll start with you.
Well, there's no question there'll be a huge pendulum swing if President Trump is elected because of his declared, skepticism on climate change, his desire to roll back the IRA, his probably intention to withdraw from the Paris Agreement. But I think I'd make 3 points. First is there's some guardrails on what President Trump would be able to do. The first is that the IRA has been enormously successful. I think the Rhodium Group looked at it and said there's something like $493 billion in new capital commitments to the United States in the 2 years after the IRA. It's a 70% increase. A lot of that is in red states, batteries and EVs. And in fact, a number of congressmen wrote to Speaker Johnson and said, let's take a scalpel approach to anything rolling back the IRA. It's enormously popular. So one guardrail is we're going to have divided government in all likelihood, a Democratic House and a Republican Senate. So the ability to pass any legislation to change a law that's already been passed is going to be highly constrained. We're also going to be looking at very significant tax issues in the coming year. So there's going to be no new money even for a Harris administration. So this is largely going to be on what gets implemented. So guardrail one, divided government. Number two, the Supreme Court, which has now been very restricted by saying to the Biden administration, you can't do things that are unless they are expressly provided by legislation. The same applies to Trump. A lot of the rules, the EPA power plant rule, the tailpipe rule, the new source performance review rule, CAFE standards, these have all largely survived litigation. They're the law of the land. You can't change that without promulgating a new rule. So that's a guardrail. And then the states, the offshore wind boom, the solar boom that's happening all over the United States, this is largely happening in state borders. So, this business is going to continue. In terms of the IRA itself, the U.S. does not roll back tax preferences. So the ITC, the PTC, those are going to stay there. The big change is really going to be in money that has not yet been expended, of which there are billions. And so the Loan Programs Office, advanced manufacturing, that could all be withheld or reprogrammed or not spent. And so I think that's one area. Permitting, it could be very hard to get new leasing for offshore wind. So I think it's a headwind for offshore wind. The other areas that get a lot of money, hydrogen, carbon capture, biofuels, the U.S. oil industry loves those. They're sinking serious money into those. I think those rules are going to be okay. So certainly President Trump can throw a lot of gum in the works in terms of implementation, but a lot of that is going to go forward regardless because there's frankly so much support for it. The big issues to watch, I think, are the ones that Jonathan alluded to earlier. I mean, we're going to have tax issues, which will be one thing, no new money, but the other is tariffs, and we can talk about that some more, but tariffs are really likely to have a bigger influence on the future of renewables than anything that happens in the regulatory front.
And there's a Texas-based research and consulting firm called Aurora Energy Research, which did some modeling on what the impact was likely to be on renewable energy in the United States under Donald Trump if he were to win as president. And their conclusion was that his impact on the energy transition is most likely to be muted despite the heated rhetoric. He's likely to have limited success slowing down the deployment of renewable energy resources despite his vow to gut the IRA. They point out that the majority of IRA supply chain investments happen to be in Republican-dominated congressional districts, and that Texas leads the United States in wind and in solar with about almost 40 gigawatts of wind and about 25 and a half of solar. However, President Trump's greater support for fossil fuels and the weakening of environmental protections could reduce wind, solar, and battery deployment by up to 25 gigawatts in 2040 if he follows the Agenda 47 program that has been sketched out. If he were to follow the 2025 project put together by the Heritage Foundation, the impact would be much more severe, resulting in a decline of 200 gigawatts of renewable energy and battery by 2040.
And I just wanted to add, one factor we haven't talked about so much is the nexus of technology and the market, although David was talking about market forces. But now for a new generation, new builds for power generation, onshore wind outcompetes coal onshore operating expenses. So to build a new plant onshore wind is more cost effective than simply continuing operation of a coal-fired power plant. So the cost of the technologies and the efficiencies are going up of renewable technologies, the costs are going down. And so it makes commercial sense and investor sense, even without subsidies, to invest in renewable energy. And then there's a point about how, despite what your policies might be, technology can somehow change things. I just talked about how technology is helping reduce the cost of renewables. But we all recall how the German government, for a couple of decades, had what was called the Energiewende, which was state support for renewable energy technologies. And it worked. They did develop the early stages of a lot of renewable technologies. It was a deeply held goal of German society to do this. But then think back to the Kyoto Treaty, where countries signed up to targets for reduction of their emissions. The United States never ratified that. Germany was a strong proponent. But because of the 2008 boom that you mentioned before, Jonathan, in fracking and horizontal drilling and the shale revolution, the United States ended up not using coal, switching over to gas-fired power, largely, in many cases. So there was US coal available in the market. That got shipped largely to Germany, so Germany was burning this American coal. It missed its Kyoto targets, largely because of that. But the US, because it switched to cleaner burning fuel, which is natural gas, it hit its Kyoto targets for emission reductions without even trying. So the technology and the market overtook the policy objectives.
Yes. So let's get into tariffs. I think we're eager to. You know, in May 2024, the Biden administration put tariffs on China that relate to clean energy industries. We have now a 25% tariff on batteries, 25% on critical minerals, 50% on solar cells, and now 100% on EVs from China. Last week, the EU also imposed 45% tariffs on Chinese EVs. Trump has talked about getting that up to 60% broadly on China and even pushing more kind of globally. What do you make of this? You know, and what are the implications of this? Really, I mean, this year with the Biden administration's start of really ramping up. Of course, tariffs started first under President Trump, and now we have elevated rhetoric from him. How do you think that will play out, kind of regardless of who wins? Sure.
Sure. But before I get to that, I just want to say one word about nuclear, because we haven't talked about nuclear.
Please.
It's an area of really bipartisan support, both for small modular reactors, also plant life extensions, also loans. And also technology advancement, as Matt said. So actually, regardless of the election, you know, nuclear has, you know, significant push. On China and tariffs, I think yes, they're likely to continue regardless of who wins the election, although President Trump has talked about much more significant tariffs and across-the-board tariffs, and I think that would largely affect renewables because a lot of, you know, the parts that don't come from China come from Europe. But if we've got a tariff on Europe, then that's going to drive up the supply chain. It is the terrible, brutal irony of our two goals that while we want to propagate renewable technology and bring down emissions across the world, the Chinese make more and cheaper stuff than we do. And if we don't want that in the United States, and we don't want our friends to buy it, and we can't yet make it because our supply chain is 5 or 6 years behind, then the inflation in the renewable energy industry, the supply chain inflation, is not coming from labor costs and transportation costs. It's coming from self-imposed tariffs. So it's the pathway to industrial policy to try and grow those industries, but it is killing us right now in terms of the ability to accelerate the energy transition. Unfortunately, I think it's going to get worse in the United States before it gets better. And we're going to see this with the USMCA when it comes up, the US-Mexico-Canada agreement, where Chinese imports are going to be the big issue. And we have never discriminated against, you know, a foreign manufacturer in a country we have a trade agreement with based on, you know, it has been place of origin, country of origin, not investor of origin. We're talking about investor of origin rules in the next trade agreement. That's going to be an ugly fight, and I think we're going to see it asked of Europe as well.
So just some statistics on the green tech supply chain in China. And if you're a company in the United States and you're producing something in the green energy space, consider that already China is producing between 80 and 95% of most of the products, 84% of solar modules, 89% of solar cells, 97% of solar wafers and ingots, 87% of battery cathodes, 96% of anodes, 91% of electrodes. Now, that means that that's the stuff you need to use. It just got 60% more expensive, right? So that cost gets passed on to the consumer to the extent that we're trying to export. That bites at American exports in this sector hard. We have had tariffs on Chinese electric vehicles for a little while and on solar panels for a longer while. Worth pointing out that in 2019, China exported $400 million of electric vehicles. Last year, they exported $34 billion of electric vehicles, 85 times more. So if we think that we're going to hurt the Chinese by imposing tariffs, we're fooling ourselves. If we think we're going to protect and foster American industry, I think the jury is very much out on that. Do you have anything to add?
Yeah, well, the other aspect of this where China plays such a huge role is in the mining of and the processing of some of the minerals, the critical minerals that go into production of these renewable energy technologies. And fortunately, there is a push both in the European Union under the Critical Raw Materials Act and in the United States to invest in processing of these raw materials and mining back at home, part of that friend-shoring trend. But yeah, China's really locked itself in all along the entire supply chain, beginning with the minerals in the ground that you need for this energy transition. And on industrial policy, I mean, it's, you know, I agree, there's a need to figure out how you both protect U.S. industry and not just become more dependent on China. But there's an aspect of President Trump, or former President Trump's policy that's contradictory. So on the one hand, tariffs on the Chinese, everything. But on the other hand, he wants to remove the subsidies or the support under the IRA for U.S. EVs. So that's just going to cede market share to the Chinese EVs, some of which are really good, by the way. I mean, I drove in a BYD SUV in Kyrgyzstan a couple of months ago. It was one of the most beautiful cars I ever drove in. So automated, electronic, elegant. But for David, if I may ask him a question, would Trump have the ability, given that the IRA is law, to remove those tax incentives, for example, for EVs, the $7,500 one for EVs?
No, I don't think so. Not without getting basically a majority in both houses.
Okay.
So perhaps a bit on global climate dialogue, because that's the one area that presidents really can shape, of course, the discourse. They're not beholden to markets. It's really their policy. It's no secret that Trump exited the Paris Climate Agreement. It was, I believe, his first act upon entering office in 2017. Yeah. Symbolically. How do you think global climate frameworks held up under Trump during the first administration, and how are they more resilient now coming into even potentially a second Trump administration, or do we even need to kind of expand how we're thinking about addressing global climate regardless of who wins?
Right. Well, Paris survived the first Trump administration. You know, there was the We Are Still In movement, which was cities and states and companies and things like that said they're still in. He would withdraw. The rules are still, it's 4 years, I think, to actually, before you're removed from the treaty thing, which comes times for the next election. So I think, you know, it would survive. I mean, I think the right question is really a different question. The frameworks right now, we've heard this morning, we heard it in another dialogue, the frameworks right now are not really working. We're not moving at scale. And so the real question for the future, you know, everyone's talking about how do we get more investment, how do we get more money? You know, I think we've kind of reached the limit of subsidy and mandate to drive demand. The problem, there's plenty of renewable energy supply. It's how are you going to generate demand? And there isn't enough money in governments to pay for it. And it's why all the investment is in the OECD countries anyway, not in the developing world. And so, you know, I think the question is, where will the Trump and the Harris administrations be on making the energy transition more effective? And that may lie more in the world of, are we going to have global standards, level playing field for industries in steel and aluminum that's going to create demand for greener electricity, kind of like we have with the International Maritime Organization? Are we going to have a national fuel standard, like a low carbon fuel standard, that's going to change how petroleum is manufactured? Are we going to have more effective carbon markets? It all kind of starts with, are we going to even measure our carbon intensity? So I think the real question is, what are the Trump and Harris administrations going to do about that? And ironically, Europe is going to drive that answer more than US politics, because the carbon border adjustment mechanism, where regardless of what the Trump or Harris administration want, US manufacturers and other manufacturers are going to be worried about market access. And that's why you see conservative senator like Bill Cassidy talking about, how are we going to measure this? Now, good news is there are market drivers to help those frameworks that you're talking about move towards more effectiveness. The bad news is the US is easily 2 years away, even if we pass the Prove It legislation, from actually measuring the carbon intensity of anything that's made in the United States. So in a Trump administration, you're probably going to have a countervailing tariff if UF goes ahead with CBAM. He'll say, have a 20% tariff on us, we'll have a 20% tariff on you, or 30, or 40, or 50. In a Harris administration, we're going to be asking Europe to slow down because we're not ready, to match, and we don't want to have a tariff war. So I think the real future is not so much in the formal framework convention and the formal frameworks. It's going to be in the market mechanisms, and there I think, again, the markets are likely to drive what happens more than the politics.
The conversation of the markets, to an extent, also takes place in the formal multinational fora. And I think it's pretty sure if we have a President Harris, the U.S. will continue to lead in the COP process in UNFCCC, and if we have a President Trump, we will pull out of it. And we will not be in a leadership position in anything beyond our ability to play in the market. The other important tool that is going to impact this whole question is the way that the next administration, whoever it is, uses the DFC, the Exim Bank, USTDA, and USAID. And that's something that the White House does have great control over. And that's funding that matters to anyone who wants to work in the energy space, whether it's building infrastructure for oil and gas or building infrastructure for renewables.
Yeah, I don't know how well the frameworks have been working at all anyway. I mean, if you look at the limited progress and less implementation after the various COP meetings, it's been quite disappointing, right? It was only last year that there was finally a pledge by the COP community to try to phase out hydrocarbons. We, the developed world, have never come close to meeting the $100 billion target for a fund to help lesser developed countries adapt to climate change. Azerbaijan, I saw it in Armenia, the Consul General here, that's one of its targets for COP29 next month, which is to provide for the climate adaptability funding. And they're also pushing very hard for storage as well. But in general, implementation has lagged as well. I mean, we were talking about it behind the screen before we came on. During the COP27, I guess, in Egypt, at Sharm el-Sheikh, the United States government made a huge pledge to allocate several $billion. You were the ambassador then, exactly what it is, but for food, agriculture, water, and methane emission reduction. And virtually none of that has been allocated. The money is, talked about, set aside, but nothing's been implemented.
We have very limited time, but I do want to get to geopolitics. What are the major differences? What can this region expect from these two candidates if they are elected? Specifically in terms of Ukraine and, of course, the tense conflict in the Middle East at the moment. Anyone want to start tackling? David?
Sure. Well, broad orientation. A Harris administration is going to look a lot like the Biden administration, a priority on alliances, support for Ukraine, multilateral approaches, and President Trump is much more a bilateral, has much more of a bilateral approach to his diplomacy, cutting deals with particular countries. You've heard the NATO skepticism, you've heard the Ukraine skepticism, and of course the tariffs will cause an enormous amount of friction with others. Those are the big differences. I mean, I guess the question, some of us were talking about it at dinner last night, is does a second Trump administration look like the first Trump administration, whose bark was worse than its bite, including on places like Ukraine, or is this kind of like Vladimir Putin, his speech? Do you actually believe what the person says and that they're going to do what they say when they get into office, and will a more disciplined, Trump with no guardrails and a group of loyalists, in fact, force a surrender deal onto Ukraine, or actually pull out of NATO, or test the bounds of U.S. constitutionalism by trying to withdraw from treaties or organizations which the president may not have the authority to withdraw from. And we just don't know.
What he said, plus a higher level of unpredictability and chaos under a Trump administration. I think a Harris administration is largely predictable because it largely is a follow-on from Biden. We know some of the players. Trump could be anything. The other thing is Trump drives a lot of his policy based on his personal relationships, not on the United States institutional relationships. So a lot of this depends on his feelings toward an individual foreign country's leader and what relationship he has with them. It also depends on the people he ends up ultimately choosing to surround himself with.
And speaking of leaders, I mean, Trump had a very good relationship with President Erdogan. So I think if President Trump is reelected, we would see a warming of that bilateral relationship. And he's very complex in terms of both chaos, as you talked about, Jonathan, but also some accomplishments that surprise us sometimes. So the Abraham Accords, for example, although they ended up not being the foundation of Middle East peace that Jake Sullivan talked about, was already here. But also on Ukraine. Yes, President Trump has said he will end Russia's war on Ukraine even before he's inaugurated and in one day. That's ominous. It's impossible. It's ominous sounding because it sounds like he would try to compel Ukraine to agree to a deal that Ukraine isn't comfortable with. But he was the first U.S. president to provide Ukraine new lethal aid in the form of anti-tank missiles, Javelins, after Russia's previous invasion of Ukraine. So I think because he's so transactional and not so strategically focused, he does something that seems contradictory one day to the next, but clearly does not have the focus on multilateral diplomacy and alliances that is the cornerstone of the Biden foreign policy and will be Harris's as well.
I think that's a great summary. Do we have time for questions? I know we're at 0 on our timer here, but we can open the floor up to questions if there's a microphone or anyone raise their hand and yell? If
Hard
not,
to believe this is a shy group.
we of course find the panelists outside for the coffee break that will begin now, which I think we all need. And then we'll come back for a panel titled "Supply Chains and Critical Minerals: Promise of the Middle Corridor." So thank you.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It's a great pleasure to moderate this panel on strategic minerals and rare earth. These are absolutely vital components of our green transformation, but also of our necessary military-industrial efforts. And as you heard before, rare earths are deliberately controlled by People's Republic of China. At our panel today, there are two outstanding speakers, one of whom is a friend, and I've known John Roberts since the 1990s as we were comparing notes. To my left is John Roberts, non-resident senior fellow, Global Energy Center at the Atlantic Council, and senior partner in Methinks. John is an excellent analyst and writer on all things energy and all things Eurasia. To his left is Mike Lally, Regional Senior Commercial Officer for Eurasia and Minister Counselor for Commercial Affairs at the U.S. Mission to the Republic of Turkey, and former Deputy Assistant Secretary of Commerce for Europe, Middle East, and Africa. Before we start, I would like to put a plug for a report my colleagues and I did for another think tank that I am a managing director of, the Energy Growth and Security Program, and that is the International Tax and Investment Center. You can find this report if you Google my name, Wesley Hill, and ITIC, International Tax and Investment Center. It came out in December of 23, and we rolled it out at the Atlantic Council in January 24, so it's pretty fresh. And our argument is the following. What's happening now is, yes, we are aware that there is a problem. And as you know from, not personally you, but you know from Alcoholics Anonymous, that awareness of a problem is the first step. So we know we have a problem, but we don't know or we don't want to resolve it. So what the problem is? The problem is that the United States and the West collectively is looking at strategic minerals and rare earths, that China is producing 68% of them, controls 91% of global rare earth processing capacity, and dominates 94% of the magnet production. China controls 70% of global supply of graphite that is used in nuclear reactors and elsewhere, lithium that is used in car batteries and other batteries, nickel, major player through investment in Indonesia, beryllium, US still leads, but China rapidly catching up. China has formed the largest consortium of companies in this sector, a huge merger of state-owned enterprises, and that entity controls 30% of China's production and 60–70% of heavy rare earths production. Just not to bore you too much, beryllium, chromium, and cobalt and uranium are among strategic minerals which are not rare earths. On the other hand, ready? Neodymium, dysprosium, terbium, samarium, gadolinium, praseodymium, and lanthanum are indeed rare earths, the lanthanoid group, and those are used in anything from jets, missiles, surveillance equipment, to electronics, renewable energy, etc. So when the mindset in the United States is not in my backyard, and when this is a very capital investment sector, A lot of our European friends do not like really to pollute their precious environment. What are we supposed to do? We are supposed to look at other parts of the world, be it in Latin America or in Eurasia, and see what can be done to develop alternative supplies of these uber important chemical elements. So with that, I want to go to my friend John Roberts and then to Michael. John?
Ariel, thank you, and thank you for the focus on rare earths. Why do I say that? Because I don't really want to address rare earths very much. I'm going to make a simple point. When you look at the middle corridor, what is it in practice in terms of energy? Answer: conventional energy and aspirations for it also to carry green energy. What does it mean in terms of rare earths? Don't look at this in terms of terrestrial corridor. Think of things like the development of a cargo hub for air transport at Astana, the ambitions that Baku has, which is building its own cargo terminal in Baku for air cargo, and realize that not all corridors are terrestrial. We hear talk, for example, of a green corridor between Azerbaijan and Pakistan. Clearly, at current rates, that either means you think physically in terms of an intervening country such as Iran, or even more complicated, Turkmenistan and Afghanistan. But in practice, what you're really talking about is cooperation rather than direct contact. But what is the direct contact that is green, clean, and secure energy in the middle corridor context? First of all, it's the requirement for an alternative for Kazakhstan to its reliance on conventional oil and to a lesser extent gas transit routes via Russia. Problem: there are only two real alternatives. One is China, which is possible and quite feasible, but runs into another problem, which is, do you really want to be confined to just Russia and China? Or can you expand traffic across the Caspian? To which the answer is modestly yes, through increased tanker traffic, but nobody's going to build a whole fleet of new tankers capable of significantly enlarging that traffic. So what are you stuck with? The concept of trying to see whether you can do something with renewables. Distinguish between the realistic and the dream. The dream I'll get rid of immediately: hydrogen. USAID, amongst many other institutions, has come to the conclusion that in working with Uzbekistan on hydrogen development, it's a useful concept. It can be adapted in practice because it can be utilized locally. And that is what is also being preached to Kazakhstan. What is not realistic is large-scale hydrogen exports to, as it were, Germany, which is the proposed recipient of at least one theoretical mega project in Kazakhstan. Same goes for hydrogen that might or might not be produced in Azerbaijan. Useful if you want to use it locally, but think twice if you want to export it Has anybody worked out how many rail cars it needs to carry hydrogen from Baku through to a Georgian port like Poti, and how many ships then have to be adapted to carry that hydrogen in the form of ammonia on to Romania or elsewhere? It becomes almost impossible to imagine. But you can do something perhaps with cables. The Georgians started off with 1 gigawatt concept, basically relying on Georgian hydro. Again, a slightly complicated issue because the biggest Georgian hydro project is de facto mutually controlled, I can't think of a better way of putting it, by Russian and Georgian officialdom. The Azerbaijanis have their own 4 gigawatt concept, and they may well unveil the feasibility study for that at COP29. We are told that in terms of production of price, in terms of production, that pricing can be competitive, but that is production. We don't know what comes when you take transportation into account. So I'm more or less going to leave it at there and say, one thing you have to bear in mind, when looking at what these countries are doing, I think above all, they're actually working to safeguard their existing oil and gas exports, and that renewable energy to them is a complementary development. This is not to say that they're not genuine about it. Azerbaijan certainly is genuine in trying to develop at least 2 gigawatts in the next 2 or 3 years, and thereafter an awful lot more of renewable energy. But this is not at the expense of existing oil and gas production. It is to complement it, and indeed it is very often to substitute for previous declines in oil and gas revenue, or oil revenue in particular.
Thank you very much. Michael Lally, China used strategic minerals as a tool of security policy in the past by limiting supply in 2009, 2023, and 24. In your mind, how dangerous is a Chinese quasi-monopoly for U.S. and Western national security, and what is the U.S. policy to shift the balance of power in the REEs and strategic markets, especially in Eurasia?
Well, Ariel, thank you very much, and many thanks to Daphne Arslan and Grady Wilson and all the team here at Atlantic Council. It's a terrific opportunity to get together, and I know that our ex-Im chairman, Rita Jo Lewis, is going to be joining as well tomorrow, and our Assistant Secretary, Jeff Pyatt. But to address your question, Ariel, I'd like to frame it a bit around what are the kind of futures that Central Asia and other potential partners are looking at in terms of the clean energy. And what we're seeing is, to kind of riff a little bit off of John's points, is that we see that in order to build the clean energy future, we have an approach that is using non-market practices and policies as used by the People's Republic of China, and we know all the tools that's been done. And then how do we bring our own market-driven, market-focused elements that we can provide solutions with our allies and partners. And I'll talk about it in the Eurasian context in just a second, but I wanted to frame it a bit because you talked about the quasi-monopoly, Ariel. And I think we've seen, a couple of ways that that's played out that is going to complicate and make more challenging what we need to do as partners and allies in the United States and others. But also we want to take a moment to see how we're addressing it. So some of you will remember just last year, I think it was last summer, I think China had suspended exports of gallium and germanium for national security reasons. And that is used, those elements are used, as I understand it, in high-speed computer chips, night vision goggles. It's used also in satellite imagery sensors. So you see that quasi-monopoly at work. But you also see it in how Western mining companies are trying to make decisions on final investment decisions on major complex projects. And if you have major price volatility based upon short sales of large amounts of rare earth elements, including by the PRC, and how that makes it much more complicated. And especially when you get to Eurasia, you have to deal with that. So what I would say to that is what's being done? How do we address that? And you know, one of the things that I remember from my previous work is how you know, President Biden has said when he hears the words clean energy, he hears jobs. And I think that that's true not only in the United States, that's also with our allies and partners. It's something I saw during my time in Brussels when the European Union was working on the green transition. But the goal here, as I think many of you know who track this area, is how do we build these critical mineral supply chains that are secure, that are viable, that are sustainable, and that are resilient. And we've seen the tests of those supply chains in critical minerals and in other areas with Russia's really terrible war in Ukraine, under COVID and the like, and how important it is that we maintain that. And that's why by working with partners and allies with who are committed to strong environmental and social and corporate governance practices is how we intend to do it. Now let me just pivot maybe just for a second, Ariel, to the Eurasia context here, where we as the Commerce Department are working to develop those business-to-business relationships, because ultimately what will happen is governments will need to set the policy framework and provide the comfort for companies to operate, but it's going to be businesses who are ultimately going to have to make those decisions. And I've seen it, you know, at both the policy and I would say even at the business-to-business level. And you know, in order to kind of set up these joint ventures where we have commercial cooperation in the region, you'll see some of the steps that we're taking with partners and allies on this. I think it was pointed out in the excellent study that you pointed out, Ariel, at the top of this presentation, where the New York Declaration from a year ago brought together the Central Asia Five plus the United States, and we pledged our interagency support to bring in our Exim Bank, our Development Finance Corporation, our Agency for International Development, to look at these projects holistically throughout Central Asia. And I think that that is part of what we're trying to do with the Middle Corridor to make that sustainable. John had spoken to this as well. Middle Corridor is going to take time and effort to build out, including through our Partnership for Global Infrastructure initiative. But if you look at the numbers, as I think a recent Economist article spoke to, that just a few years ago you were looking at 500,000 metric tons of movement on the Middle Corridor, but now I think it's over 4 million tons. And I know that Kazatomprom also uses the Middle Corridor for movement of uranium to Western markets. So we see those shoots. There's much more to do with that. But I would just close and turn back to you, Ariel, is that working with our Turkish partners here as well, we see it as a regional play where we work with Turkey, with like-minded partners and allies in Central Asia on a range of the critical minerals elements. We're doing that through our energy and climate dialogue. Many of you will have seen recently the United States and Uzbekistan signed an MOU on critical minerals to begin to work on that element. We're very interested in continuing the efforts in Central Asia, but expanding them into Turkey for our U.S. Geological Survey to ensure that we get real good data that's transparent and usable. And then I would just close with, just a couple of weeks ago, our Department of Commerce brought delegations from Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, and Turkey together, about 120 company representatives to Mine Expo, where we're meeting with American companies, both project developers, technology providers, and integrators, where we're trying to put some of that policy really into business practice.
Let me just follow up on that. We advise clients with in the framework of a consulting company, international market analysis. A lot of stuff we do is political risk. Sure. And if an American miner comes to me and says, we would like to invest in Uzbekistan or Kazakhstan, but we're concerned, well, if they're aware that these concerns exist, we're concerned what will happen in 5 to 10 years in terms of Russian or Chinese efforts to squeeze the Westerners out of these countries. What are the tools besides the regular tools, such as insurance, political risk insurance, that these miners can take, and what would be your analysis and advice to people who put hundreds of millions of dollars on the line when major powers, great powers, are inimical to our presence in this region? What would you answer to them in my stead?
Thanks, Ariel. And if I could borrow off of the experience, I understand that Ariel and John go way back into the 90s, and I'm going to bring an example that may, I think, hold comparison here as well. If we were to zoom back into the 1990s when we were looking at Kazakhstan's tremendous oil development and Tengiz as well, we were dealing with some of these similar issues. Perhaps it might be a different element, oil and gas versus critical minerals.
It was a different Russia. It was a much weaker Russia.
Right, but I think at that time you still had an extraordinary sense of political risk. I think you had a sense that companies did not know the region. They weren't sure about how the market would work. And to your point, absolutely, we're looking at different times and a different Russia. But I would say that is that by bringing in international financial institutions, by as much as possible de-risking the project, where you have brought in EBRD, International Financial Corporation, World Bank, and others, you begin to create, I think, an ecosystem that is going to be not eliminating risk, but at least, I would say, addressing the risk. But it is certainly a market that's going to require a very long-term approach, with major capital investments, and for companies that are going to have to take a very strategic and hard-nosed approach to it.
Yeah, I cannot disagree with that. John?
The assumption appears to be that countries like Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan in particular would be squeezed between Russia and China. And to a certain extent that's true. But don't automatically assume that that means Russia and China are acting in concert. Now there may well be, indeed there are, increasing military connections between Russia and China. But their relationship is a very, very complex one. And that complexity is one of the reasons why the Central Asian states are able to maintain their independence from both big neighbors. And they are very jealous of preserving that independence, particularly in the case of Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan. They know that they need to have as many non-Russian and non-Chinese connections as possible. They want to open up and trade and do business with the rest of the world, and that includes bringing in Western investment. Now, it's not perfect. Regulatory problems in Kazakhstan can be notorious. In that context, you could say it's much easier in Azerbaijan. But nonetheless, it is doable. And they are aware of some of their own shortcomings too. So I don't think that there is an inherent political risk, because if you assume there's an inherent political risk, then you have a very, very, very dark image of what the world is going to be over the next 3 or 4 or 10 years.
Which I do, John. I happen to have that dark image.
Multilateral world than we think.
Yeah, but I think as escalatory spirals are developing both in the Middle East and possibly in Ukraine, the dark image that you mentioned has, unfortunately, and it's a tragedy, more legs to stand on than a rosy scenario, but that's my personal opinion. What did we miss, Michael? Are we missing something? Are we missing maybe the regions that we should prioritize? I personally like Sweden, that just joined NATO. There was a big discovery of a massive rare earth deposits. Unfortunately, it'll take many years to develop it. There's one mined deposit in the United States, of all things in California. which is not the most environmentally friendly place when you mine. Are we missing anything beyond the corridor?
Well, I mean, we can't, I don't think, be fixed on just Eurasia, because all of this is going to be a global play, and has been mentioned in the previous panel about how I think the Inflation Reduction Act, that's been the signature accomplishment of the administration in the clean energy space, has created a whole global demand and sort of market signal for companies to invest in this. The way I would address your question, Ariel, is that bringing it back to my point about non-market practices and policies versus market-driven approaches is what's being done through the Mineral Security Partnership. And that is something that is looking globally with partners from Asia, Europe, the United States, and others to basically, accelerate the green transition and try to bring projects forward very specifically, working with export credit agencies, other international financiers as well. And what you'll see in the Eurasia context is that with Turkey's recent joining of the MSP Forum, which is designed to match rare earth element rich and mineral rich countries with those that are going to be demanders in the market and going to be needing that for the clean energy build out. Turkey's addition to that, to the MSP Forum, with Uzbekistan and Kazakhstan's founding member status as well, I think creates those kind of opportunities. But I guess one of the key things that I think about Eurasia more broadly, taking to John's point, is that we can't necessarily assume pathways, good, bad, left, right or wrong. We can make the future on this, and that's why capitals, specifically the ones I just mentioned, are investing time and energy their banking sectors and looking at projects that are focused in the critical mineral space. But we have to look at it in a global element, because there's going to be competing projects in South America, in Asia, and others that, as always has been the case, Eurasia is going to have to make a case for why it is the best place to invest.
And just a quick comment on that. I think LNG, which I spent a lot of hours looking at, including our government policies with the freeze on LNG infrastructure development. LNG is a very interesting case with lessons learned, which is when there is a demand, be it the United States or Canada, North America, Mexico, or other parts of the world, offshore Mozambique, huge LNG development, Qatar, Australia, that demand will be filled. Ditto with rare earths. I think we have time for one question before we need to start wrapping up. Is there anybody? Yes, a gentleman with a hand up over there, please. And please introduce yourself.
Hello, I am Atul Kemaloğlu from Climart Company. I addressed my question, Mr. John. Most Central Asian countries are oppressive regions. Our earlier need for natural gas needs gave them the opportunity for oppressive countries to survive. Would our need for real minerals and green energy need support these oppressive regimes again?
I think I got the gist of that being basically, can rare earths and minerals at least substitute or at least ease a lack of reliance on gas because of the problems in exporting gas? To which the answer is only to a limited extent at present. Why? Because, first of all, oil and gas is absolutely critical for government budget revenues, and there is no comparable stream of income that can replace it. Secondly, we have yet to see effective, major energy transition results in these countries. It's happening, it's started. I'm not questioning that. But we haven't seen the vast increase in improved electricity and grid connections throughout Central Asia that are necessary to, in effect, permit less export of oil and gas because of internal non-hydrocarbon associated growth. So I don't hold out much for minerals, but I wanted to make one final point, which I should have made at the beginning. My thanks to the organizers for hosting this session. I should have said so right at the start. It's an honor to be here, so thank you very much.
And I can only join that and thank Daphne and Grady, who did a terrific job, because I had to rebook my flight 3 times because I was trying to get out of Israel. And of course, there are rockets coming in, so it's making flying a little bit more difficult. One more question real quick, if there's anybody who has an urgent question. If not, I would like to announce the next session, which is Development Road, Trade and Energy Nexus, moderated by Rich Outzen. And with that, thank you, Michael, thank you, John, and thank you, the audience and the Atlantic Council.
And thank you all.
All right, you are in store now for the most exciting panel of the day. The reason it's the most exciting panel of the day is because we don't know exactly how long it's going to last. We do have Minister Bayraktar, who's going to be joining us more or less at the conclusion of this panel, and that arrival depends upon the vagaries of Istanbul traffic, but he will be here. Good afternoon, in any case. I'm Rich Outzen. The next panel is going to focus on a regional topic, which is the Iraq Development Road. It's an ambitious project that aims to connect Iraq to Europe via Turkey. The project, supported by Qatar and the United Arab Emirates, as well as by Turkey and Iraq, would alter trade relations in the region and potentially unlock new avenues for Iraq security and energy exports. This session will discuss how the Iraq Development Road could shape the trade and energy landscape in the region. The timing of the IDR, I'll say IDR, Iraq Development Road sometimes, faces some headwinds with regards to regional conflicts involving Israel and Iran, a contentious relationship between the government of Iraq in Baghdad and the Kurdistan region in Erbil, the continuing closure and legal arbitration case regarding the Iraq-Turkey pipeline, and a global uncertainty, atmosphere of uncertainty tied to energy transition and the policy environment for trade and energy in major Western countries, including the election that our panel so ably discussed just a few minutes ago. Yet even great things have small and sometimes troubled beginnings. So let us keep a balanced appreciation for obstacles and opportunities as we take a look at the Iraq Development Road over the next 45 minutes or so. To begin that discussion, we're going to have remarks from His Excellency Kamal Mohammed Saleh, Minister of Electricity and Acting Minister of Natural Resources in the Kurdistan region. Prior to becoming a minister, Mr. Saleh served several posts in government, including General Director of Duhok Province Electricity and Head of Electricity Management and Planning Projects, also in Duhok. I'd like to now invite Minister Saleh to deliver his remarks. Please give him a warm welcome.
Distinguished colleagues, esteemed ministers, and honored guests, good afternoon. It is a privilege to stand in front of you today at the Atlantic Council Regional Conference on Clean and Secure Energy. Holding this conference here highlight the role of Turkey as a climate leader in the region and the country's unique location as a transit route of energy to Europe. Today I'm going to Today I am going to describe the Kurdistan Regional Government of Iraq policy regarding the energy sector. The intertwined nature of reducing emission and energy security is at the forefront of global discussion on energy transition options. For this, we need a flexible, all energies approach, otherwise it would not be possible to meet the world's continuous rising energy demand, maintain energy security, and ensure affordable energy. We are in the KRG, which is a federal region in Iraq following this all-energizing approach. In electricity sector, the KRG gas mostly is used as a fuel for choice of power generation in combined cycle system. We have captured associated gas, which used to be flared in the oil field, and use it for power generation with capacity of 165 megawatt and signing contract for 100 megawatt more. We are currently producing 50 megawatt from solar energy and recently contract with IPPs for additional 350 megawatt under construction and 1,000 megawatt in tender process. Soon we will sign the contract for that. We signed contract with IPP to build a kinetic power plant called KPP that could potentially produce 300 megawatt. We have 3 hydro power plant with capacity of 400 and 249 and 38 megawatt, and currently building 3 more. The KRG electricity infrastructure used for supplying electricity to the rest of Iraq. We are supporting the federal Iraq electricity network to achieve energy independence. In oil and gas sector, the Ministry of Natural Resources is working with international oil companies and environmental board to develop our hydrocarbon resource in our region in environmental acceptable manner according to the prudent international standards. Regarding natural gas, despite numerous drone attacks by the terrorist militias on the KRG oil and infrastructure, the Ministry of Natural Resources worked with Western international oil companies to continue to develop our large gas resource to fulfill electricity demand in the KRG and the rest of Iraq. Also to supply local industry to phase out usage of heavy fuel oil and potentially export gas to Turkey and Europe. The KRG have been contributing to the world energy security as a producer. Until March 2023, we export over 400,000 barrels of crude oil per day to the European market through Turkish port of Ceyhan. Additionally, the KRG oil pipeline transport over 100,000 barrels per day for federal Iraq crude oil from Kirkuk through Botash facility to the port of Ceyhan. In total, over 500,000 barrels per day. After the decision of the International Chamber of Commerce International Court in March 2023, the crude oil export has stopped. Despite the KRG acceptable to hand over oil to the Federal Iraq State Oil Marketing Organization, SOMO, to sell the entire volume of crude oil produced for export. Iraq federal government still has not reached an agreement with Turkey and the Western IOCs working in the KRG to resume export. As a result, since March 2023, Iraq export of 500,000 barrels of oil to Europe and international market has stopped. I would like to urge USA government to play a more active role to ensure that the federal government of Iraq reach an agreement with Turkey in order to resume export as soon as possible. Regarding the Iraqi development route, is an ambitious infrastructure project. It is facing challenges like financial, logistic, and security. As we understood from our colleagues in federal government, the project route is now decided and shall be passing through Duhok, which is one of the major cities in the KRG. So if the project is executed, we expect our people to benefit from it. Therefore, my government will be supportive. In general, my government shall have a constructive role in all projects that positively impact the country and the region economy. Finally, I believe if the Iraqi federal government reach an agreement on opening of the Iraqi-Turkey pipeline, it will open a door for executing more complex projects. Thank you very much.
Excellent. Well, thank you for that scene setter for us, Mr. Minister. We now will have two excellent discussants to elaborate on themes related to the Iraq Development Road. Ambassador Ali Reza Güney, the Director General for Iraq and Iran at the Turkish Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and Dr. Serhat Suha Çubukçuoğlu, a senior researcher at Trends Research and Advisory in Abu Dhabi in the Emirates. The short bios for both of these distinguished discussants can be found in your program, but suffice it to say here we have before us two uniquely qualified experts to address the issues of the IDR. I will open with a question for each, and then we'll get to, after we elaborate on some answers, we'll get to some Q&A from the audience. So, Ambassador Güney, if I can start with you. How can partners of Turkey and Iraq, obviously Turkey and Iraq being the two major players on the Iraq Development Road, how can partners such as the United States, and especially the United States, play a role in reaching the potential of the development road?
It's quite a to-the-point question, Rich. Thank you for this. Thank you for the invitation. By the way, the picture I'm seeing on the screen was, I look young, because it was before my assignment to Baghdad. And before getting into development road, which the US has definitely a lot to help and assist with a wise and reasonable approach, which we would like to see, I would like to talk about why development road is important for Iraq and the region, including Turkey. Let's set the stage first. What are we talking about by saying Iraq? Because, yes, most of you know Iraq well, but let's get down with some numerics by showing the reality of Iraq. Iraq is a 43 million population country. 60% of the population is below 20 of age. The growth rate of the population is 3.5%, which means, according to UN data, in 2030, the population is going to be 50 million. 2050, you're going to have 80 million of Iraq population. Well, it may not sound that alarming to the US, 10,000 miles away, but it's our next door neighbor. And it's important for us. It's important that we need to have a stable Iraq, a sovereign Iraq, and prosperous Iraq, which would be able to provide employment to that youth, the bulk of youth coming, which would address the needs in energy and water. So these are all quite challenges awaiting at the next door. Development road is important in that sense, that it's going to help Iraq to stand on its feet. Because, dear guests, Iraq has a lot of oil and gas deposits which they use, every year by producing 4.5 million barrels per day in oil, and gas also has an enormous potential. But interestingly, you heard about the flare gas. They produce the oil and they burn the gas. That gas burned contaminates the weather, causes cancer diseases. But on the other hand, to fill the vacuum, they get the gas from the next door neighbor, Iran, spending a lot of money, billions of dollars. Again, coming back to development road. Development road, I'm going to cut it short, but development road is a strategic corridor merging Gulf with Europe via Turkey. It's not only a transportation corridor. Don't let yourself misled. It's not a strategic, it's not only a transportation, it's a strategic artery that gives breath to Iraqi population in terms of employment opportunities, investment opportunities, and trade opportunities, which maybe I will dwell on more in your next question, if you don't mind.
Excellent. Thank you for that. I think that's often mixed when people, in the States at least, think about the development road. They're like, well, but why? What's the current need for this? Turkey and Iraq are obviously considering the future need. When you think about the growth of the population and the need to anchor Iraq strongly economically with Europe and the Gulf, I think that makes eminent sense. So thank you for that. Before we get to the question for Dr. Çubukçoğlu, I should remind, although you've heard it several times before, that this session is on record. And those of you who are active on social media are welcome to tweet at AC_TR programs or at AC Global Energy, and also hashtag at AC Sec Clean Energy. We'd like to see your comments on the social media out there as well. So for Dr. Çubukçoğlu, how do the military conflicts and geopolitical competition in the region complicate matters of energy security and cooperation? We've got this fairly ambitious plan, but obviously it's not happening in a vacuum.
Sure, thank you, Richard. Let me add on to Mr. Ambassador's remarks about Iraq and its importance. I think it's heightened in importance almost overnight in April this year due to its strategic location and the exchange of fire, of course, as you know, between Iran and Israel, but also as a transit corridor, military hub in the arm wrestling, I would call it, between Turkey, Israel, and Iran to a certain extent, who are striving to secure their peripheries and advance their interests, often at the expense of the other. Then there is this question of Washington's security guarantees or for Iraqi sovereignty, territorial integrity, and stability, which comes under question with the planned withdrawal in 2025. Iraq has a crucial place, therefore, in the balance of threat among opposing regional forces, if not their global backers. So I would say Iraq, unfortunately, at present is used as a launching pad by both Tehran and Tel Aviv to attack and defend against each other. Add on top, as His Excellency stated, the damage incurred due to climate change, deficient infrastructure, and overpopulation in certain urban areas that need immediate attention. Now, given these, if we look at the wider picture, there is a certain sense of geopolitical competition, or even what we might call corridor wars between both the regional powers and their global backers. Let's take the IMEC corridor, the India-centric or the US-sponsored India, Middle East, Europe corridor. This is under risk due to the ongoing war in Israel and Eastern Mediterranean. It involves some intermodal transport routes passing through many countries that requires multiple freight transfers several times, making it costly and a risky investment. Suez Canal, as you know, has suffered terribly from the ongoing conflict in Yemen and the Houthi attacks on maritime shipping in the Red Sea. The travel time of a ship from China's Shanghai port to Netherlands to Rotterdam increased by 10 to 14 days, but also it increased insurance and transportation costs. So given these facts, the development road stands out first and foremost, I think, as an autonomous project, sponsored mainly by regional powers. The most important prerequisite for it to come into fruition, of course, is political stability, which is unfortunately not there yet. But it is promising, and as was stated, it's promising to bring countries in the region around a common goal to generate financing, project work, engineering work, around some shared prosperity, if security guarantees are provided, of course. So if we sort of formulate what risk is, it is equal to vulnerability times threat. So, which we have plenty in this region. And the geopolitical risk perception has reached its highest level for the past 40 years. Therefore, I think in order for this work to reach some kind of maturity, there is still a lot of heavyweight uplifting that needs to be done. And let me just close this part by stating what the interests of these regional countries like Turkey and the Gulf countries are. One is that Turkey's interest is certainly in a stable country for Iraq. Its territorial integrity, but most importantly, its agency. Not a proxy entity with its interest dictated from elsewhere, but a sovereign country that cares for its own interests in a credible manner. And from the Gulf countries' point of view, as you know, the UAE and Qatar are both involved in this project. They have three main goals. One is to diversify trade partnerships. Two, to shorten transport time. And three is to reduce costs. So development roads serve all these three goals in that respect. And besides the IMEC project or other routes, maritime, Silk Road route, etc., they're looking into this project favorably.
May I add a few points upon this efficiency of development roads? The duration, rightly put, is quite efficient in the development road project. According to the numbers I just collected from several sources, right now, the containers from China to Europe, it takes 24 days to reach. If it goes over Saudi Arabia, which I think IMEC foresees, it's 14 days, if everything goes right. If it goes over Iran, it is 9 to 10 days. And if it is over Iraq, it is just 6 days. So, again, as my colleague rightly put it, the transportation-wise, it's quite a direct and shortcut route, thanks to the infrastructure in Turkey, both roads-wise and ports-wise, because the containers coming from Basra up north to Iraq and the border is supposed to go to Europe via Istanbul by railway, or it may turn to one of the outlets of ports, be it Mersin or Trabzon or Izmir. So this is the scheme of this transportation. But again, let me reiterate that this is not only a transportation corridor, it's a strategic project which all of us would dare to answer. Where do we want Iraq to be? And I think the US has to answer it quite directly. Do we want an Iraq standing on its feet, independent of external forces, benign or malign? Or do we want Iraq, just like 10 years ago, bankrupt and have been victimized by some, radical forces? By the way, it came to my mind while my colleague was talking. 10 years ago, we were talking about in Iraq, which was emanating, negative powers to surroundings. And it was only Iraq, and then Syria turned to be like that. The rest was more or less stable. Now, look at the environment. Lebanon, Israel, Jordan, Syria, Iran, they are all in, hard times. But Iraq is becoming a shining force, shining actor. And we just need to help them, help the Sudani government. They had done a terrific job. Officially, we are supporting them. So I think it's high time for all of us to assist Iraq to stand on its feet and generate positive radiations around.
Perhaps it would be a shining example if we get the ITP open, but that's a subject for another time.
That's true.
And thank you for highlighting a point that helps us tie this topic of this panel back to the major theme of the conference, which is clean energy. By reducing the travel time for those goods coming from Shanghai to Europe to 6 days, there's a massive saving of unnecessary fossil fuel expenditure, right? So,
that's right.
By the way, Dr. Cibukcioğlu, you brought up an interesting point. There's already been a significant accomplishment of this development road because you have the Qataris and the Emiratis talking together.
Yes,
right? So, and 2 years ago, 3 years ago, I'm not sure there were a lot of common projects that they were working on. So if this comes together, it's going to be, at least in part, because of a renewed convergence between those two.
Yeah, it certainly gives an uplift to the overall project's attractiveness. And let's not forget that Abu Dhabi Port Group is the main investor in Grand Alpha Port in Basra.
Yep.
So it's a three-phase project in 2028, 30, and 2050. So when it reaches completion, it will be an enormous boost to, supply Iraq with a lot of financial capital, but also potential for growth for the entire country, not just for the southern part. And that's why I especially stressed on the importance of Iraq's ability to stand on its own feet, because these kind of foreign investments are probably the most important factors or inputs that it requires right now. Yeah.
Now, Ambassador, we talked about Qataris talking with Emiratis, but actually Turks talking with Iraqis has not always been easy either.
Yeah.
Earlier this year, your government put a massive investment of political capital in by the president's visit to Iraq. I think that was April, if I'm not mistaken. How's it going since then? Because sometimes projects like this can lose momentum. Can we speak of momentum in the discussions between Baghdad and Ankara on the road?
The relations between Turkey and Iraq are quite unique in the sense that it's quite a plethora of channels or dossiers, folios that we follow with the Iraqis, from education to consular issues, to water issue, to security, you name it. But the maxim or the cardinal rule of Turkey's approach to Iraq is fostering stability in Iraq. Because at the end of the day, we, Turks, benefit from the stability in Iraq. Yeah. Instability is choking us because the trade routes are closed, as it did in Syria. So we need open arteries in Iraq for our produced, manufactured goods to be exported to Iraq as well as beyond. So that's, the cardinal rule. Development road, in that sense, is one of that arteries, and it was with that approach in mind, the President Erdogan made this historic visit last April. We signed 27 agreements. One of them is quadrilateral, including Qataris and Emiratis, and a bilateral one also with regard to development road. We see ourselves as the main actor in this project. Yes, Iraqis is the owner and the main initiator of this project, but Turkey is one of the main, the spine of this project. Because at the end of the day, the road goes to Turkey and it's going to be transferred via Turkey. Coming back or merging these two questions you posed, how US can cooperate in this project. Well, IMEC has been in the radar of the US for a while, but I think it's not very reasonable to insist on the impossible. We see how Israel, Gaza, Lebanon is going on. Jordan is, at a critical point. So it goes without saying that the route that we all have to put our energy is the development road. But sometimes from distant away, as I said, 10,000 miles away is quite a distance, things may seem blurred and black and white. US colleagues usually tend to miss those gray areas, shades, and there are lots of colors in this part of the world. But US can assist by pushing Iraqi government as well as the Kurdish regional government to work together, to invest in this project, and also help us in terms of security. Because it's no secret that this route goes up north in some regions that PKK terrorism is still active. We need to clear those areas from that threat that may disrupt the smooth flow of the corridor. And it turns this project into a security strategic project. But I am quite optimistic that we will find a way to work together with Iraqi government, the Kurdish regional government, and the US, and also the other partner countries in the region, including Qataris and Emiratis, to work together to start with a momentum to turn this project into life. So, fingers crossed.
Excellent. Dr. Çubukçuoğlu, you've written recently on plans for the middle corridor, which we had an earlier panel on, and the Turkish vision for it. So these are two geopolitical and trade initiatives. Is there a connection or a complementarity between the two of them, between the development road and the middle corridor? And if so, what is the potential complementarity, and what are the obstacles towards achieving it?
Yeah, I think after the Russia-Ukraine war, alternative or complementary projects to the Belt and Road Initiative, especially to the northern part of the project, have come to fore, and especially countries like Pakistan and Turkey that are on the Belt and Road middle corridor come to play a crucial role in navigating these complexities and sort of form substitutes around some of the previously planned or projected routes of trade between Central Asia or Eurasia, eastern and western parts of Eurasia. My short answer to this would be, I think it's a bit too early to tell, because yes, they can be complementary, and if Turkey manages to achieve it, link the middle corridor over the Caucasus, the Caspian Sea and the Caucasus, be it through either Zangezur corridor or the Aras corridor, with the development road project over Iraq, it would probably be the most feasible way to tie all these seemingly competing corridors in a knot. Turkey would be the hub of all these trading routes, as it did in the past, during the old times of Silk Road.
All roads lead to Turkey.
Lead to yeah.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Well, we've got a few minutes left here, I think, before we start with the minister. So I see a couple hands up. I'm going to come here first, if we can bring the mic, and then we'll go to the back in the left from where I sit.
The Atlantic Council, member of the board of the Atlantic Council, and I'm European Union from the south. And of course, Turkey plays a key role in anchoring the European Union that is navigating, the center of gravity is going north and east to the south. And there are plenty of projects in the TAP, TANAP, all the corridors that we have in energy. But I'm a bit surprised because, of course, the stability of Iraq is a major priority for the European Union. What, in your opinion, and I should perhaps be able to respond to that, but I can't, why is the European Union active and a participant in the other corridor from India to the European Union that you have very well described, has issues, and not present in a corridor, or maybe I'm wrong, and it is the European Union is present there, when this initiative links the Gulf, not just Iraq and Turkey, but the Gulf. As I say, from the south of the Union, I mean, we should be as Union, but from the south we are absolutely interested, and frankly it was great interventions, and I learned a lot. I should be able to respond to the question I asked, but I can't.
It would be no fun if you answered your own question.
That's right. That's right.
So, okay, we have a suspicion here that maybe the European Union, maybe the United States and others are playing the three monkeys game with the development road. If that's the case, why is the EU not more interested in this? Both of you in turn, please.
Let me dare to say it might be strategic blindness, as sometimes we experience from the European partners. Sometimes tactical steps or tactical approaches trump the strategic benefits. We experienced it both in the EU and also in the US. It goes without saying that development road would assist Iraq and beyond. I put the numerics in the beginning of my speech, especially the demography. Demography is quite important because at the end of the day, those Iraqis who are not happy with their life will knock the doors of the European countries. First and foremost, Turkish door, and then the European door. So we have to find ways to keep them prosperous, and satisfied in their own country. As Rich rightly put it, the answer is in your question, madam. Thanks.
I mean, all I would add to that is maybe two parts. One is China anxiety that's growing even more so nowadays in the West, more generally, well, in the US certainly, but also Europe. So maybe it's this kind of thinking that let's not create another, route for Chinese goods to reach Europe in some simple or uncontrolled way that Europe does not have major stakes in. Because if you compare it to, for instance, the IMEC route, which would, as if planned and it goes through, would run through Israel and Greece. And I'm sure Europe has much better relations with Israel and Greece than with Iraq or Turkey. So I think that could be the political answer to it. Or if the economic answer is to do with China.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Thank you. In the back, please.
I am Selçuk Aydın, Assistant Professor at Boğaziçi University. My question is to Mr. Ambassador Ali Rıza Güney. You mentioned very well about the time advantage of development road project, but at the same time we should compare that project with the others, IMEC, Belt and Road Initiative, in the context of security and financing process. So as far as I know, IMEC is going to cost more than $300 billion only for the railway project. So can you a bit elaborate your perspective about security and financial process of that project?
Financially, it is much cheaper than the prospected IMEC cost. I didn't know that it would cost 300, you said 300 billion. Wow. As far as the Iraqis calculated, the amount they would put for the railway and land connection is $17 billion. Maybe it's the initial investment, but it's much, it's a fraction of 300 billion. The point is, the sides, the parties, I mean Turkey, Iraq, Qataris, Emiratis, and some other private actors, we are working to find a financial model to finance this project in the most efficient way. And I think we will manage it soon, so that it will start, because the feasibilities are done, completed. Iraqi government have agreed with a private company to prepare the strategic financial model. So we will see developments on the ground soon enough, but the security aspect is important. Besides the security aspect, I think the collaboration, cooperation and agreement between Baghdad and Erbil is important, because they still could not agree on the route, the direction of the route. It's one of the first items that would give impetus to this project. As I said, the terrorism issue on the up north section of the route should be cleared. And we have to work together with the Iraqi government, which we started already, thanks to the recent high-level visits. The US should help us, instead of helping their partners, PKK, Syria. So, financially and security-wise, I can just, say these. But it's promising. We are working on it. It's going slower than we expected. But at the end of the day, it is the dictum of the logic.
Just a quick follow-on to that. Since you've been working and looking at things from a Gulf perspective, how do they view the IMEC and these alternative routes? I mean, if it goes through Saudi, I don't know if the IMEC also, forgive my ignorance on this, also goes through Emirates at all. But do they view these as complementary routes or competing routes? Are they agnostic as to which of these routes becomes a reality?
I would say they're agnostic at this stage. They see them as complementary and not mutually exclusive. Because, as I said at the beginning, one of their goals, major goals, is to diversify trade partnerships and create alternatives, always have a plan B. So, I'm sorry.
Excellent. All right, well, I think that timing is close to perfect. As I think the minister heard that we were wrapping up with brilliant remarks to finish and made an entrance accordingly. But if I may ask for a quick round of applause for these wonderful panelists and this great discussion of the development road, I'd appreciate it. Thanks, Jens. And at this time, I'd like to, for the next session, which is a special keynote remarks by His Excellency Alparslan Bayraktar, Minister of Energy and Natural Resources of the Republic of Turkey, I'd like to invite Defne Arslan forward to do the introduction for the Minister. And Mr. Minister, welcome.
Thank you, Rich. And it was a great session with important lineup of speakers. Distinguished guests, it is my honor to introduce Minister Bayraktar. Again, thank you for gathering at the end of our day to join our special keynote remarks featuring His Excellency Alparslan Bayraktar, Minister of Energy and Natural Resources of Republic of Turkey. I cannot think of a better way to finish the first day of our conference and to kick off, and it's an honor to host the Minister here today. Mr. Minister, we are honored to have you. Turkey's strategic importance to the regional energy security and also insecurity in general in Europe cannot be discounted. Neither can its potential to be a leader in clean energy through its rich renewable resources and vision. You do not need any introduction. Everybody knows you, I believe. So with that, Mr. Minister, thank you once more, again, joining us. I'm proud to note that this is our third conference on clean energy. And this year we are also discussing security issues, where we had the pleasure of hosting you also in the past. And with that, I would like to give you the floor for your remarks. And thank you again honoring us, Mr. Minister.
Ben Türkçe konuşuyorum. I'll speak in Turkish, so please prepare your headsets. Kıymetli misafirler, Atlantik Konseyi'nin çok değerli temsilcileri, değerli katılımcılar, hanımefendiler, beyefendiler, Atlantik Konseyi tarafından düzenlenen Temiz ve Güvenilir Enerji Bölgesel Konferansı'nda sizlerle bir arada olmaktan duyduğum memnuniyeti ifade ederek sözlerime başlamak istiyorum. Değerli misafirler, iklim değişikliği, pandemi, tedarik zincirinde yaşanan kırılmalar, yüksek enerji ve emtia fiyatları, artan sermaye maliyetleri ve küresel ölçekte hissettiğimiz yüksek enflasyon, jeopolitik riskler, özellikle bölgemizde yaşanan jeopolitik kırılganlıklar, bölgesel çatışmalar, açıkçası karşı karşıya olduğumuz güncel risklerden sadece birkaç tanesi. Üstelik bütün bunlarla karşı karşıya iken aynı zamanda önümüzde 2050 yılı için dünya ekonomisinin 2050 yılında dekarbonizasyona, karbon nötraliteye, nötr bir karbon ekonomisine dönmesi için de bir süreç var. Dolayısıyla oldukça zorlu bir enerji dönüşümü süreciyle açıkçası karşı karşıyayız. Bu süreçte başarılı bir enerji dönüşümü için, bu süreçte başarılı olmamız için daha akılcı politikalar geliştirmemiz, bu politikaları kararlılıkla uygulamamız, işbirliklerimizi, bu toplantının amacına uygun şekilde işbirliklerimizi en üst düzeye çıkarıp gerekli yatırımları hayata geçirmemiz gerekiyor. Ancak biraz önce ifade ettiğim bu çoklu risk ortamında politikalardaki uyumsuzluklar, belirsizlikler, dur kalklar açıkçası yatırım ortamını fevkalade olumsuz etkilemekte. Böyle bir ortamda Türkiye olarak biz neler yapıyoruz? Bizim zorluklarımız, bizim önceliklerimiz, enerji politikalarımız ve enerji dönüşümü yol haritası nedir derseniz, öncelikli olarak enerji söz konusu olduğunda Türkiye'de iki ana konudan bahsetmemiz gerekiyor. Bunlardan bir tanesi enerjideki talep artışımız. Türkiye enerji talebi her yıl artan bir ülke. Son 20 yılda enerji talebinde baktığımız zaman elektrik talebimiz ve doğalgaz talebimiz 3 katına çıktı. Önümüzdeki süreçte bu talebin artarak devam edeceğini öngörüyoruz. Bizim 2035 yılı için elektrik talebi öngörümüz 510 terawatt saat. Ama inanıyorum ki bu çok rahatlıkla üzerine çıkacak. Zira yapay zeka, büyük verinin getirdiği ilave enerji ihtiyacı, özellikle enerji dönüşümünde, ulaştırmada yaşanan dönüşüm, elektrikli araçlar bu talebi çok daha yukarı götürebilecek. Bunun yanı sıra tabii ki artan nüfusumuz, büyüyen ekonomimiz, kentleşme ve bölgesel gelişmelerle birlikte bu artan talebi karşılamamız gerekiyor. Bu artan talebi elbette ki daha uygun maliyetlerle, daha tüketicilerimizin, vatandaşlarımızın güç yetirebileceği ucuz maliyetlerle karşılamamız gerekiyor. Elbette son yıllarda ciddi bir düşüş yaşasa da, kayda değer bir gerileme olsa da, ikinci husus Türkiye enerji piyasaları için dışarıya enerji ithalatına olan bağımlılığımız, ithal enerji kaynaklarına olan bağımlılığımız. Bu da halen maalesef devam ediyor. Dolayısıyla biz Türkiye olarak çok boyutlu, çok katmanlı ve kendine özgü bir enerji dönüşümü stratejisini hayata geçirmeye çalışıyoruz. Karbonsuzlaşma hedeflerimize başarılı bir şekilde ulaşmak için politikalarımızın ve düzenleyici çerçevemizin yeni dijital teknolojilerle birlikte daha duyarlı, daha kapsamlı, daha esnek ve daha rasyonel olması gerektiğini düşünüyoruz. Ve Türkiye olarak uzun dönemli enerji planlamamızda bu karbonsuzlaşma hedefine giderken 5 ana alana odaklanıyoruz. Bunlar elbette ki bu toplantının temel konularından bir tanesi yenilenebilir enerji, enerji verimliliği, mutlaka nükleer enerji, geçiş yakıtı olarak doğalgaz ve enerji dönüşümü için madenler. Değerli misafirler, bugün Türkiye olarak kurulu kapasitemizin yarısından fazlasını yenilenebilir enerji kaynakları oluşturuyor. Bu anlamda Türkiye olarak yenilenebilir enerjide Avrupa'da 5. dünyada da 11. sıradayız. Ve 2053'e kadar, yani bizim net sıfır emisyon hedefine koyduğumuz tarih olan 2053'e kadar yenilenebilir enerjiyi ülkemiz açısından gelişme alanı, potansiyeli en yüksek alan olarak tespit etmiş durumdayız ve bunu böyle görüyoruz. Bu nedenle gerek küçük çatı sistemlerinden gerek büyük ölçekli projelere kadar birçok farklı yol ve yöntemlerle de yenilenebilir enerji projelerini bugüne kadar desteklediğimiz gibi bundan sonra da desteklemeye devam edeceğiz. Önümüzdeki 12 yılı kapsayacak, yani 2035 yılına kadar bizi götürecek oldukça iddialı bir yenilenebilir enerji programımız var. Yenilenebilir kurulu gücünde her yıl 5000 megawatt güneş ve rüzgarı mutlaka yeni kapasite olarak mevcut kurulu gücümüze katmak istiyoruz. Böylece 2035 yılına geldiğimizde bu 12 yıllık süreçte şu an için 30.000 megawatt olan kurulu gücümüzü 90.000 megawatt'a geliştirmek istiyoruz. Güneş ve rüzgar için bunu söyledim. Önümüzdeki birkaç gün içerisinde kamuoyumuzda sizlerle Türkiye'nin 2035 yılı için enerji stratejisini, yenilenebilir enerji stratejisini paylaşmayı hedefliyoruz. Tahmin ediyorum ayın 21'inde bunu Türk kamuoyumuzla ve elbette ki uluslararası kamuoyuyla paylaşacağız. Yenilenebilir enerji alanında tüm potansiyelimizi harekete geçirmeye gayret ederken elbette ki şunun farkındayız. Bu salondaki herkesin çok iyi bildiği konulardan bir tanesi maalesef yenilenebilir enerji kaynakları aynı zamanda kesintili enerji kaynakları. Bu nedenle bize güvenilir bir baz yük sağlayacak kaynakları da fevkalade önemli görüyoruz. Bu anlamda nükleer enerji, Türkiye'nin mutlaka enerji miksine, enerji portföyüne katması gereken önemli alanlardan bir tanesi. Ve biz de hepinizin malumu ilk nükleer reaktörlerimizin inşasına şu anda devam ediyoruz. Mersin Akkuyu'da 4 tane nükleer reaktör aynı anda inşa ediliyor. Mersin Akkuyu'daki nükleer inşaat şantiyesi dünyanın en büyük nükleer enerji şantiyesi, nükleer enerji santrali şantiyesi. Zira 4 reaktörün yapımı aynı anda devam ediyor. Burada ilk reaktör %90'ları aşmış durumda ilerlemesi. Ümit ediyorum 2025 yılında buradan ilk elektriği, karbonsuz ilk elektriği üreteceğiz ve 2028'e kadar kalan diğer 3 reaktörü de devreye almak suretiyle Türkiye'nin elektrik ihtiyacının %10'unu bu santralden karşılamış olacağız. Ve bu sayede, yine bu sayede Türkiye yılda yaklaşık 35 milyon tonluk bir karbon emisyonundan sakınmış olacak. Elbette ki Akkuyu hedeflediğimiz tek proje değil. Türkiye'nin 2050 yılı için önünde uzun dönemli enerji planında hedef olarak koyduğu 20 bin megawattlık toplam bir nükleer enerji kapasitesine de ulaşmayı hedefliyoruz. Elbette bunu sadece konvansiyonel büyük ölçekli santrallerle değil, Sinop ve Trakya'ya düşündüğümüz reaktörlerle değil ama küçük modüler reaktörlerle de mutlaka en az 5000 megawattlık bir güce ulaşmak istiyoruz. Değerli misafirler, 2017 yılında uygulamaya koyduğumuz birincil Ulusal Enerji Verimliliği Eylem Planı ile 2017-2023 yılları arasında biz enerji tüketimimizi yaklaşık %14 primer enerjide azaltmış durumdayız. Enerji verimliliği bu anlamda yine çok büyük potansiyeli içerisinde barındıran bir alan. Bu eylem planının uygulama döneminde gerek kamu gerek özel sektör olarak yaklaşık Türkiye'de 8,5 milyar dolarlık bir yatırım yapıldı. Ve yine bu sayede 70 milyon ton bir karbon emisyonunu azaltmış olduk. Bu aynı zamanda bize 45 bin yeni yeşil istihdamın da kapısını açmış oldu. Ben bu yılın Ocak ayında, bu yılın başında 2024-2030 Türkiye'nin ikinci Ulusal Enerji Verimliliği Eylem Planı'nı açıkladım. Yine bu dönemde, önümüzdeki dönemde yine kamu özel sektör birlikte yaklaşık 20 milyar dolarlık bir yatırım yapmayı hedefliyoruz. Ve bütün bunlarla beraber yine enerji yoğunluğumuzu düşüreceğiz. Enerji tüketimimiz %16 baz senaryodan aşağı gelmiş olacak ve bu sayede 100 milyon tonluk yine bir karbon emisyonunu azaltmış olacağız. Bu sayede bizim hedefimiz 2040 yılına kadar Türkiye'nin bu sayede enerji verimliliği sayesinde 46 milyar dolarlık bir enerji tasarrufu sağlaması olacak. Değerli misafirler, elbette ki daha çok yenilenebilir, daha çok kesintili kaynağı sistemimize entegre ederken doğalgazı da göz ardı etmememiz gerekiyor. Doğalgaz daha çok yenilenebilirin entegrasyonu için de önemli bir vazife görüyor. Ayrıca şehirlerimizin daha kaliteli havaya sahip olması için de doğalgazın önemi var. Ve Türkiye olarak biz 50 milyar metreküpü aşan bir tüketimle Avrupa'nın 4. büyük doğalgaz piyasasıyız. Doğalgazda arz güvenliğimizi tesis etmek için, çeşitlendirmeyi sağlamak için gazlaştırma terminalleri kapasitemizi arttırdık. FSRU'larla, diğer tesislerdeki kapasite artışlarıyla biz 8 yıl öncesine göre bugün gazlaştırma kapasitemizi 5 kat arttırdık. Yeraltı depolama kapasitelerimizi arttırdık. Uluslararası boru hattı projeleri de dahil olmak üzere birçok konuda özellikle doğalgaz altyapısına çok önemli yatırımlar yaptık. Ayrıca bu sayede Türkiye bugün itibariyle yıllık tükettiği doğalgazın en az yarısını LNG olarak, sıvılaştırılmış doğalgaz olarak alabilecek bir kabiliyete kavuşmuş oldu. Bunun yanı sıra doğalgazda tabii yine değer zincirinin tüm alanlarına odaklanıyoruz. Özellikle upstream tarafında, doğalgaz arama ve üretim tarafında da önemli bir programı hayata geçiriyoruz. Ve bunun bir sonucu olarak da 2020 yılında Karadeniz'de Türkiye'nin Cumhuriyet tarihinin en büyük doğalgaz keşfini yaptık. 2020 yılı hatırlayın pandemi yılıydı ve 2020 yılında dünyadaki denizlerdeki en büyük keşif de aynı zamanda bu keşif. Ve bu sayede biz yine çok kısa bir süre içerisinde şu anda 2,6 milyon hanenin doğalgazını artık kendimiz üretir hale geldik. Elbette ki Karadeniz sahalarında, Sakarya gaz sahasındaki üretimimizi arttırmayı hedefliyoruz. Önümüzdeki yılın ilk çeyreğinde 10 milyon metreküp günlük üretime ve son dönemde ülkemize getirdiğimiz yüzer üretim platformuyla da 2026 yılı içerisinde 20 milyon metreküp günlük bir üretime inşallah kavuşacağız. Bu sayede Türkiye yıllık 7,5 milyar metreküplük bir üretimi gerçekleştirmiş olacak. Ama Sakarya gaz sahasında bizim hedeflerimiz bunun çok daha ötesinde. Ben önümüzdeki 2 yıl için hedefleri sizinle paylaşmış oldum. Tabii ülkemizin arz güvenliği için bütün bu çalışmaları, bu altyapı yatırımlarını, bu upstream yatırımlarını yaparken aynı zamanda bölgemizin özellikle Güneydoğu Avrupa'nın arz güvenliği için de önemli katkılar sunuyoruz. Bugün itibariyle Türkiye'nin Bulgaristan'la, Romanya'yla, Macaristan'la ve Sırbistan ile doğalgaz tedarik anlaşması var. Bu ülkelere doğalgaz ihraç eden bir ülke haline geldik. Zira Türkiye biraz önce ifade ettiğim o 50 milyar metreküpün üzerindeki gaz tedariğini ve daha fazla gazı alabilecek altyapıya sahip olduğu için yapacağı tasarruflarla ve kendi ihtiyacı olmayan gazın fazlasını pekala bu Avrupa pazarlarına, gaza çok ciddi ihtiyaç duyan bu pazarlara, bu ülkelere de aktarabilecek bir altyapıya sahip oldu. Yine 2024 yılı içerisinde özellikle tedarik portföyümüzde boru gazının yoğunluklu olarak yer aldığı tedarik portföyümüzde artık uzun dönemli LNG sıvılaştırılmış doğalgaz anlaşmalarını da daha yoğun bir şekilde hayata geçirmeye başladık. Doğalgazda Amerika Birleşik Devletleri Türkiye'nin en önemli LNG tedarikçisi adeta haline geldi. Amerikan LNG'sinin Türkiye pazarındaki payı özellikle son 5-6 yılda bu altyapı yatırımlarımızla ve Amerikan LNG'sinin tabii daha rekabetçi olması vesilesiyle oldukça artmaya başladı. Özellikle Güneydoğu Avrupa ülkelerine daha fazla doğalgaz tedarik edebilmek için Bulgaristan ve Yunanistan'la mevcut olan enterkoneksiyon kapasitemizin de mutlaka artması gerekiyor. Bu konuda yapılacak yatırımlarda da Türkiye olarak var olacağımızı ifade etmek istiyorum. Burada hem bu bölgenin arz güvenliğine hem de gazın çeşitlendirilmesi anlamında da önemli katkı yapacağına inanıyorum. Değerli arkadaşlar, günümüzde elektrikli araçlar, rüzgar türbinleri, batarya ve güneş panelleri gibi temiz enerji teknolojilerinin üretimi için artık madencilik sektörü çok daha kritik bir hale gelmiştir. Bu anlamda nadir toprak elementleri veya kritik mineraller elektrik ve elektronik bileşenlerde ve endüstriyel süreçlerde önemli rolleriyle özel bir ilgiyi hak etmektedir. Biz Eskişehir'de, Anadolu'nun ortasında dünyanın tek sahada en büyük ikinci nadir toprak elementi rezervini biliyorsunuz keşfettik, bulduk. Ve milli maden şirketimiz Etimaden ile katma değerli, yüksek standartlı madencilik anlayışı ile bu sahayı geliştirmeyi hedefliyoruz. Kritik ham maddelerde çatışmaların kaynağı değil, bölgesel ve küresel işbirliğinin aracı olması gerektiğine inanıyoruz. Ve bu bakış açısıyla Türkiye, uluslararası işbirliğinin geliştirilmesini hedefleyen Mineral Güvenliği Ortaklığı Forumu'na da çok kısa bir süre önce biliyorsunuz dahil oldu. İlk toplantımızı da bundan birkaç gün önce Amerika'da gerçekleştirdik. Değerli misafirler, iletim altyapınız güçlü olmadan başarılı bir enerji dönüşümünden söz etmek mümkün değil. Bu nedenle önümüzdeki 12 yıl boyunca kurulu gücümüze katacağımız 60 bin megawattlık güneş ve rüzgar, elbette ki offshore rüzgar, jeotermal diğer kaynakları da aslında düşünerek mutlaka altyapımızı güçlendirmemiz gerekiyor. Mevcut elektrik şebekemizi Gürcistan, Azerbaycan, Bulgaristan, doğalgazda olduğu gibi Yunanistan gibi komşularımızla arttırmamız, bu enterkoneksiyon kapasitelerimizi güçlendirmemiz gerekiyor. Dolayısıyla önümüzdeki dönemde odaklanacağımız ve burada birçok işbirliği alanımızın olacağı konulardan bir tanesi iletim altyapısı ve bu konularda yapacağımız yatırımlar. Yine bunu önümüzdeki günlerde yapmayı planladığımız Türkiye'nin yenilenebilir enerji gelişim strateji programında biraz daha detaylı kamuoyumuzla paylaşacağız. Bunun yanı sıra elbette ki şu anda enerji borsası olarak kurduğumuz EPİAŞ'ın biraz daha farklı alanlarda kapsamını genişleterek özellikle emisyon ticareti, yani Türkiye'nin 2026'da özellikle en büyük ihracat pazarımız olan Avrupa Birliği'ne girerken artık karbonu fiyatlayan bir ülke haline gelmesi, bunun EPİAŞ bünyesinde bir karbon piyasası kurulması suretiyle gerçekleşmesini de hedefliyoruz. Keza İstanbul Finans Merkezi'ne taşınacak EPİAŞ'ın da beraberinde bir aynı zamanda emtia borsası haline gelmesini de hedefliyoruz. Kıymetli misafirler, enerji dönüşümü ve enerji güvenliği çalışmalarının işbirliği içerisinde ve birlikte sürdürülmesi önem arz etmektedir. Başarıya ulaşmamız için buna ihtiyacımız var. Zira enerji planlaması, kapasite tesisi, enerjinin kesintisiz olarak temini, şebeke altyapısının modernizasyonu, küresel depolama kapasitesinin geliştirilmesi, çeşitlendirilmiş ve sürdürülebilir arz zincirlerinin önemi gibi konular biliyorsunuz büyük önem arz etmekte. Bu konular geçtiğimiz hafta aslında Brezilya'da düzenlenen G20 toplantılarında da, G20 Enerji Bakanları toplantılarında da en çok vurgulanan alanlar oldu. Biz de bu alandaki çalışmalarımızda derinleştireceğimiz işbirliğimiz ile enerji dönüşümü gibi kritik bir süreci başarıyla sonuçlandırabiliriz. Son olarak şunu ifade etmek istiyorum. Türkiye olarak herkes için daha iyi, daha temiz ve daha sürdürülebilir bir enerji geleceğine sahip olma konusunda biz kararlıyız. Bu konuda kararlılığımız tam, irademiz de fevkalade güçlüdür. Bu duygu ve düşüncelerle bu konferansın başarılı geçmesini temenni ediyorum. Hepinizi de saygı ve sevgiyle selamlıyorum.
Şimdi ben de Türkçe konuşacağım biraz. Sayın Bakanım, çok teşekkür ediyoruz. Tekrar şeref verdiniz. This concludes our first day of the conference, and I do hope to see all of you at 9:30, which tomorrow morning. We will again have a lineup of very important speakers, like Assistant Secretary Jeffrey Payat, who just joined us, and Deputy Minister Beris Ekinci, and also a U.S. Exim Bank chairwoman will be joining us tomorrow. So until tomorrow then. So thank you very much for joining us today.